السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Let's get started, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa kata. Wassalamun ala ibadihi alladhina astafa. Sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man walaha ma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. All right. So today's class is the last class for the chapter of purification, from pages 59 to 67. And from next week, inshallah, we'll be starting the chapter of Salah. All right. And I think we're going to have maybe max 3 or 4 classes about Salah before finals in December. Before finals in January, inshallah. All right. So questions from the reading, and then we'll get started with the slides.
What I had was I guess the logic on why, and I'm on page 64, when dealing with dead animals inside of like wells or other bodies of water, on moving bodies of water. Why, like for large animals, I think it says it's okay, large it says remove all the water, but medium it says remove 40 buckets. But then in the last paragraph, before types of saliva, it says if the saliva of the animal touches the water, then all the water must be removed. So why, like, for example,
If the saliva was impure or doubtful.
oh, so that's going back to number 2 now, down here.
Well, so this is page 64 and 65. Saliva of the animal touching the water in and of itself will not make the water impure, but rather if the saliva was impure or it was doubtful, right? So it's not the saliva itself, because other than the saliva of a dog, the saliva of most animals are considered to be pure, in the sense that they're not going to require you to take a shower, or they're not going to require you to automatically change your clothing. It's always going to be dependent on whether or not it had any impurities in its mouth, right? Which is why predatory animals are such a big exclusion, because by nature, right, the likelihood of them having blood or flesh of whatever they've killed is a high possibility. So there's a lot of stuff to talk about. Obviously, when it comes to the wells, and when we get started on the slides, I'll talk about why it's still studied, because again, the principles, the usul, the maxims, axioms, whatever you want to call them, are still the same, right? You're just applying it differently, right? Okay. Other questions? Anyone else? All right, no other questions, then we'll start with the slides. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So this last section is talking about how to achieve purification for oneself or to purify other things from different types of impurities, right? So for the most part, it's not complicated. It's straightforward. There are certain things that might be confusing or not immediately understood. And those are usually because of difference of opinion. So one example that was asked previously, and something that you may have heard, which is the urine of newborns, right, of infants, right? So culturally, right, there might be this tendency of thinking that the urine of newborn boys versus girls are different. It's not. In terms of being impure, they're both the same. But how would you clean or, wash clothes that may have gotten the urine of newborns on it? So instead of having to wash it thoroughly, as you would any other time, for the urine of newborns, you just kind of sprinkle water over wherever it was splashed on your clothes, and that continues until they're basically eating solids, essentially, right? So as long as they're just being given milk, right, that kind of exception to the rule continues, but in and of itself, it's still considered impure. So when it comes to the purification of clothing, of things, of places, of one's body, from different types of impurities, then it comes down to how do you classify the impurity itself, right? Not everything that we would consider to be dirty is impure. Not everything that we would consider to be impure is a physical state of dirty. What I simply mean by that is, if you don't have wudu, for example, you are in a state of impurity, even though you might be wearing completely clean clothes and there's no impurities on your body and so on, right? So oftentimes the rules are going to be based on the type of impurity that you are dealing with. All right. So the chapter of Tahara obviously deals with what we call najasa, right? So Tahara means cleanliness, right? And najasa means filth, right? Linguistically, so if you were to look in the dictionary, najasa would be that which is unclean. That which is unclean. And that could, cover many, many different things that might not necessarily be considered unclean in the very technical fiqh sense. You might not want it on your clothing, for example, but it might not prevent you from praying with it, all right? It might not require you to change it. So say, for example, if you get food stains on your clothes, that's not something that you would want to stay on your clothing, but it wouldn't stop you from praying with it, okay? So linguistically, that would be considered unclean. So when we say najasa in the very technical sense, we are talking about things that are religiously considered to be unclean or filthy, which means our sources tell us that this is something a person should be, purified of, should clean, and perhaps even clean in a very particular way, clean in a very rigorous manner, and so on, right? So when it comes to the actual najasa, meaning technical najasa, that which is considered to be unclean or filthy based on our own sources, we have two types of filth. Right? Number one, najasa haqiqiyya. That's a ha and a qaf. Haqiqiyya. Okay. Number two, najasa hukmiyya. Okay. So najasa haqiqiyya means actual filth. Actual filth as in it has a body. Does that make sense? It's a physical thing. Okay. It's not abstract like a state of impurity. Does that make sense? Najasa haqiqiyya is real, is visible, it's physical, right? Has mass, matter, whatever you want to call it. All right, so it's actual filth. Najasa hukmiyya is something that takes the ruling of being filth, such as the state of minor ritual impurity, which is when a person doesn't have wudu, right? So when a person doesn't have wudu, they are in the state of lesser impurity, minor impurity, and that's based on the hadith. That's based on the hadith, but this specific state is called hadath. Okay. Hadath simply means to be in the state of minor ritual impurity. So again, when you look at someone, you can't tell if they are in the state of wudu or not, because there's nothing physical about it. Does that make sense? The state of it is something that has to be determined by the person themselves. That I don't have wudu, therefore I have to make wudu. So a person takes on the ruling of being in a state of impurity. Okay. So long as they don't do wudu. This is the same state or the same category a person falls into when they require an obligatory bath. Does that make sense? So nocturnal emission, intimacy, completion of the monthly cycle, a person needs an obligatory bath to come out of the state of impurity. That is going to be called a najasa hukmiyya, because there might not be any physical impurities on your body, but it's not dependent on that. Are you guys following? Okay. So how do you know what to clean and how to clean it, or if you have to clean yourself of it? It's going to depend on how is it categorized, okay? And then how it is categorized is going to tell you how you can actually purify yourself of it. So the second one obviously doesn't have any subtypes, simply because it's a state of impurity. A state of impurity, it's either when you require wudu or when you require an obligatory bath. There's no other time when you are in a state of impurity. Does that make sense? If you require wudu, if you require an obligatory bath, that's what we call being in a state of impurity, even though you don't have any physical filth on you. Yes.
So hadath is state of minor impurity, which is when you're not in wudu.
Because you can say hadath asghar and hadath akbar, which is like minor impurity, major impurity. But the state of hadath simply means you require wudu or ghusl, essentially.
So those would be the only two things that fall under.
So it's, being divided first into actual physical impurities that have mass, matter, body, and a state of impurity that can be fixed by doing wudu or ghusl, right? So what we're focusing on obviously is the first one, because when it comes to physical impurities, you have many different types. And najasa haqiqiyya, actual filth, is what we would call any impurity that has a body. Any impurity that has a body, whether it is discernible or not. Whether it's discernible or not. What do we mean by discernible? Because liquid impurities, for example, when they dry, it might not be visible any longer. Does that make sense? So if somebody has urine on their clothing, you're going to know where the urine fell as long as it's still wet. When it dries up, you can't tell anymore, although you know it was kind of like in that area, right? So it doesn't have to be discernible, okay? It doesn't always have to be discernible, because when it dries up, right, then it is no longer visible, but it had a body to begin with, okay? Now, this haqiqiyya has two types, okay? This najasa haqiqiyya, this actual filth that has a body, whether it's discernible or not, has two types. The first one is called mughalladha with a dhad, ghalidh, mughalladha with a ghain, mughalladha, which is heavy, and khafifa, which is light. Now, not to make fun of it, but we're not talking about heavy and light in terms of its mass. Does that make sense? Like, if it's a piling heap of dung, that's mughallada. Got to be mughallada. We're not talking about it in terms of weight, okay? So how do you actually distinguish heavy and light? Based on textual evidences, right? Not sure why I just went out. Okay, so mughalladha, heavy, depends on the textual evidences that are not contradicted. Okay, and khafifa, light, is based on textual evidences that differ on its impure nature. In other words, if there is no difference of opinion regarding it, it's considered to be the heavy. And if it's differed over, then it's considered light. So in the book, for example, things like blood, right? Swine, alcohol, wine, right? Money, which is sperm, right? Those things were considered to be heavy, okay? Because there is no difference of opinion regarding the impurity of those things. You guys follow? And we're gonna go through examples of khafifa, but khafifa for the most part are things that are considered to be almost unavoidable, right? Almost unavoidable and very common. So some of those examples might not make immediate sense today because, of course, again, the world has changed. Does that make sense? The world has changed. So not all of it might be directly applicable to us, but nonetheless, the usul, the basis of the laws are still, in effect, right? Yeah. Somebody had a question, yes.
Are these categories in any way analogous to Qur'an and Wajib? Like, is this something unique to Hanafi, like Qur'an and Wajib distinction is, or is this something that all schools also do, making the distinction between the textual evidence or the Mughalladha and the Khafifa?
It's not exactly like fard and wajib, although I see where you're coming from, that because there's a difference of opinion regarding this evidence, it would be considered lesser. In that way, perhaps it is. But for the most part, I think it's more or less the same across the madhahib. The first one, it's textual evidence that is not contradicted, so it's accepted by everyone. The second one might be accepted or not accepted or differed over, and it might not necessarily be the same way as fard and wajib, or at least the distinction between fard and wajib, right? So because there is some difference regarding its nature, you would consider it to be of a lesser category. So mughallada, so alcohol. Now, alcohol, as in naturally occurring. So, grapes were left in a bottle, right, over a long period of time, and it fermented over time. That's naturally occurring alcohol, right? Or otherwise, whether it's manufactured, right? All of it is going to be considered a heavy type of impurity, right? Even if it has very less alcohol versus the other things within it. So say, for example, we have, when it comes to intoxicating drinks, today we have the hard liquors, what we call the spirits, right? Which have a very high content of alcohol, like a high percentage of alcohol, right? Versus wines or beers or anything like that that have lesser, okay? So say, for example, if somebody is at a basketball game or a football game, and like a rowdy fan splashes beer over you, right? That beer, percentage-wise doesn't have the same type of alcohol like vodka or something like that, right? But it would still be considered the same. Are you guys following? Now, growing up, you may have always heard that, oh, this has alcohol, therefore you can't use it. And it's usually in relation to things like perfume, because many things use alcohol, but that's what we would call synthetic alcohol, and it's not drinkable. All right, so when you have synthetic alcohols, like rubbing alcohol for disinfecting pads, right? To clean a cut, like a very small patch, for example, right? You have synthetic alcohols that are within things like, hydrogen peroxide, cleansing agents, essentially, right? You have synthetic alcohols that are found in perfumes, so that your perfume could last on your body, right? And yeah, I mean, there's a distinction between, the different types of perfumes, right? You have the toilette, you have the parfum, and you guys know what I mean, right? Right. So the ones that last the longest have more synthetic alcohol than the ones that last the least, all right, or the shortest, right? All of those are fine because the word alcohol doesn't refer to the same thing. Okay, that's my point. Like the alcohol found in perfumes is not the alcohol that you will find in a drink. So, people kind of get fixated on the word itself, right? And this, right, they get fixated on the word itself, and they're like, oh, this is all impermissible, but it's not the same thing. Because again, when Allah says khamar is impermissible, khamar is translated, could be taken as the actual drink, or basically anything that intoxicates, like khamar, right? Now, when it comes to alcohol, synthetic alcohol is not meant to be consumed. Does that make sense? It's not meant to be consumed. Rather, it's a chemical component, it's a chemical agent that is meant for, like, to be part of, something. And in the case of perfumes, for example, that is so that the effects of it can last longer, right? So that it doesn't just dissipate after a couple of minutes from your clothing, right? So when we say alcohol, we mean alcohol that can be consumed. Okay, so whether it's natural or any you know, in any other way produced, all of it is going to be considered heavy impurities. Okay, which means that when it comes to washing them off, you have to wash them off completely. All right, and we're going to talk about the methods of cleaning oneself from impurities. Okay.
Are other intoxicants also heavy or just alcohol,
Well,
like non-alcoholic intoxicants?
yeah, so you know, if you know, I guess, you know, if somebody holds a blunt, it's not necessary for them to wash with soap for impurity purposes, maybe for the smell, right? Handling any other type of synthetic drug wouldn't be the same, but yeah. Because again, like when we talk about an impurity that has a body, sometimes you are also going to consider whether or not it's dry or wet, because wet impurities are going to stay on your skin, are going to get into your clothing, versus dry that can be brushed off or scraped off or something like that, right? Okay. So blood is considered a heavy type of impurity. So whether it's from a nosebleed or a cut, whether it's you know, during a cycle, any type of blood in any amount is going to be considered a heavy type of impurity. Okay, because it's specifically mentioned as such. Anything that comes out of the human body and nullifies ablution. So that's the key part of that point, not the first part. Anything that comes out of the human body, because saliva comes out of the human body, phlegm, cough, you know, things like that, sweat also come out of the human body, but those won't be considered the same way, because what you are going to base it on is, does it break your wudu or not, right? So things like blood, things like vomit, right? You know, obviously going to the restroom. So gas is going to be considered mughallada, even though, so the body of it, obviously it's a gas essentially, right? But it breaks your wudu and it comes out of the human body, which is why it would be considered in this category. Does that make sense? But it's not something that obviously requires somebody to do anything extra other than remaking their wudu, right? Unless something does have to be cleaned after passing gas, that's different, right? But that's how you would distinguish anything else that comes out of the human body, right? Yes.
So if it's like, for example, the blood that doesn't flow.
Yeah, so say for example, we're not, so any of these things that we're looking at, we're not talking about whether they would break your wudu, right? These things are going to dictate whether or not you would have to wash your clothing, whether or not you would have to wash that part of your body. So say for example, a person is in a state of wudu and somebody splashes, you know, beer on their clothing or on their hands. Their wudu is still fine. They just have to wash off that section of wherever it's splashed. So similarly, when a person has a cut and blood pools to the top, it breaks through the skin, pools to the top, but doesn't flow, your wudu is absolutely fine, but it doesn't mean you can just keep that blood as is. You would still have to wipe it off, because if it did get in your clothing, for example, then that little area should be washed off. Does that make sense? Okay. Pig. So anything to do with Swine is going to be considered impermissible and مغلظة, to the extent of products that can be made out of boar. So very commonly, boar bristle beard brush. That sounds like a tongue twister, right? Because the bristles are very thick, right? So it's very common for beard brushes to be made out of pig hair. So a person has to be careful. Pig leather, obviously, right? Because there's something called tabdilul mahiyya, which simply means a chemical transformation that something undergoes. Okay, so side note, but this is going to come up. So when it comes to leather, for example, right? Leather in its original form is impure because leather means animal skin, right? Leather means animal skin that has blood, that has all of those things, right? And once it's processed and you turn it into leather, then it now becomes permissible because it has undergone what we would call a complete chemical transformation. Another example is red wine vinegar permissible or not? Red wine vinegar.
Permissible,
Why?
because it's vinegar.
Is vinegar, exactly. Because once something is completely changed, so when red wine, which is impermissible, when it becomes a vinegar, it undergoes a chemical transformation where the alcohol nature of it is gone. Does that make sense? It becomes completely something else. So red wine vinegar is permissible. Are you guys following? So when it comes to things like pig, it's so, filthy that even when its things undergo a chemical transformation, like bristles, like its skin, you still can't use it. Does that make sense? So it's an exception because of how Allah has very clearly defined it. إِنَّمَا حَرَّمَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْمَيْتَةَ. Allah has made impermissible upon you carrion, like dead flesh, basically. Mayta, waddam, blood, walahm al-khinzir, and the flesh of pigs, right? So these things, because they are specifically mentioned, they are considered to be like, absolutely impermissible. Okay. Urine, excrement, well, one's own, but we're not talking about the human one because anything that comes out of the human body and nullifies ablution includes urine and excrement, right? So this one, we're talking specifically for animals, all right? So urine, excrement, and saliva of animals whose meat is impermissible to eat. So this is a very key term that's going to come up over and over. Because when we interact with animals, not every animal is permissible to consume, right? And some animals are. So do you distinguish between the urine, excrement, and saliva of those animals? Yes, you do. Why? Because it comes down to how those animals are considered. So animals that are not that are impermissible to eat are typically what we would call carnivores, predators. Right? Therefore, their urine, excrement, and saliva is going to be treated as mughallada, as heavy. For the most part, you might think of it as, what are the chances of coming into contact with a predatory animal? But it doesn't have to be that far-fetched, because if you just think about dogs, for example, and we're talking about hunting dogs, we're talking about farm dogs, right? We're talking about animals that people would have with their caravans because the dogs would protect the larger animals like camels and so on and so forth, right? So those are animals whose meat you are not permitted to eat. So their urine, excrement, and saliva would be treated as such, right? Carrion. Okay. So mayta, carrion is defined as the animal that was not slaughtered and died on its own. Does that make sense? Like roadkill, for example. Like, you're driving, you see a dead deer by the side of the road, you can't be like, oh, great, free food. No, you can't just pick up a dead animal, right? Because it was killed. It was either killed, not slaughtered, and it was, or it was, it fell off a cliff, like those goats, for example, right? Or literally roadkill, as we would call it, or it was killed by another animal, right? And the predator left it behind. All of those things would be considered carrion, and those are, meats that are not permissible to eat. Also, any animal that is not any animal that is not uh killed properly, right? So, animals that are not killed with the name of Allah, for example, are pretty much the same, right? Lastly, excrement or droppings of animals whose meat is permissible to eat. For the most part, a person, again, just think about it instinctively. Today, because we have these scenarios happen so uncommonly to us, vast majority, right? We might not necessarily think or know what type of excrement we stepped into. Does that make sense? You're not going to stop to think, is this like pigeon is kind of very distinct because of car windshields and things like that. You can kind of tell, right? Bird droppings essentially. But when it comes to on the ground, you might think, oh, it's a dog or a cat or something like that, right? But by and large, most people, if they come into contact with anything like this, they would wash it off. They wouldn't think like, is this heavy or light? Does that make sense? But where does this really, really apply, or where does it really come into play? Think about people who deal with animals on a daily basis on a farm. On a farm where you have a lot of different animals, right? And some of those animals might not be permissible for you to eat because you might have, for example, you might have guard dogs, for example, right? Not permissible for you to eat. You might have horses, right? Horses that aren't typically slaughtered for meat, at least in this part of the world, right? So for a person who is in that environment, for them to constantly double check their clothing before they pray is necessary. They might say, okay, this is the kind of animal that I worked with today, so this is possibly from that, so I know how to take care of it. Does that make sense? But for the most part, again, when we come into contact with anything that we would consider to be wrong, or that we would consider to be impure, we are actually going to wipe it or clean it. So khafifa, light, is very few things, because again, not everybody disagrees over the types of impurities. So urine of animals whose meat is permissible to eat. So you're working on a farm, right? Goat, sheep, cow, all of those animals, right? If any of the urine of those animals splashes on your clothing, then you don't have to treat it. You don't have to treat it or clean it the same way that you would do for any impurity that is considered heavy. Okay? So urine of animals whose meat is permissible to eat. Farm animals, basically, right? Urine of horses, again, you could say is related to people who work with horses on a farm, but in pre-modern times, that was your car. Does that make sense? Like having to worry about whether or not your horse's urine splashed on your clothing was a real actual thing. So having it mentioned in the books, right, is not far-fetched. Okay. Droppings of predatory birds and other flying animals whose meat is impermissible to eat. So again, pre-modern times when you would be traveling, or even not just traveling, but the idea of, because predatory birds circle or are in the areas where there are other animals to hunt. Does that make sense? You know, in our urban jungles, you know, the wildlife is kind of pushed out. Does that make sense? Like you don't necessarily come into contact with wildlife. Depending on the area that you live in, you might, you know, get sightings of like a coyote or or a rattlesnake or something if you go on hiking or whatever, right? But by and large, you know, it's not something that you have to worry about, right? Unless you're like in Australia and they're like everywhere. I mean, I don't know how people live there. I can never, right? But predatory birds hunt in areas where there are animals to hunt. So, you know, when you have areas where there are animals to hunt and predatory birds are kind of just flying over, and if anything was to drop on you or for you to come into contact with, then it is something that a person can treat as a light type of impurity. Why would this be considered light? You know, again, there is a difference in how it's taken based on the evidences, but also because it's almost very difficult to avoid. Again, might not be something that we deal with today. And as I said, the baseline for most people when it comes to dealing with any type of impurity is that you clean it off completely. All right. But what if you can't? Or what if you're not able to? Right? Okay. So the lick or saliva of a dog does not break your wudu, but you would just wash it off. No, it doesn't break your wudu, but you would just wash it off. And you would wash it off very thoroughly. Okay. So that's what we would call mughallada and khafifa. And generally speaking, most impurities fall within the first category, right? And the second category, if you think about it, unless you live a life where you are in contact with wildlife or even domesticated animals on a daily basis, like on a farm, for the most part, it's not something that you have to worry about. Okay. Okay. Now, we're talking about types of impurities, and we are distinguishing it based on whether it's considered heavy or light. And it's not just based on the evidences, but also how do you deal with impurities that are considered heavy versus light. Okay, so this is what we would call forgivable quantities. Okay, so again, keep in mind, and you have to think and appreciate the kind of discussions and the scholarship necessary to answer contemporary questions of that time. You're talking about perhaps a time and place where people don't have access to that much water. For us, a lot of these questions don't make sense because we're like, well, I'll just wash it off. I'll just find a sink and I'll just wash it off. Well, there was no sinks in those days. There was no running water. If you want running water, you had to find a stream or a lake or a river or something like that, right? If people had water on themselves, on their person, when they were traveling, it was for drinking. Does that make sense? So between drinking, wudu, and all of the other stuff, you had very limited water to spare for washing off impurities. So you had to know, how do I classify these impurities? If you think of, this is something still found in the villages where they might not have running water, right? They have like big buckets right? That's the question that's gonna come up when we start looking at the chapter of wells and saliva and water. Because in the villages, most people would have huge drums of water that'll be used for the household. And many things would reuse water. If you guys remember back to when we started talking about water for wudu, water for wudu had to be pure and purifying, which meant that if you used water for one wudu, you cannot use it for a second wudu, even though the water itself is still considered pure. It's no longer purifying. But in those days, water was not just thrown out. You might have had some water that was used for, I don't know if you guys ever saw your grandparents do this, right? Starch from rice is used in washing clothes. Do you guys anyone ever saw this? You never saw your grandparents do this?
About it, you could iron pants and make them like.
No, this isn't even iron. So basically the idea is that when you wash rice, right? Like all the starch that comes out of the rice, right? You use that water to wash certain types of clothing, so the starch goes into the clothing. Does that make sense? So you would think a lot of the water was reused in multiple ways. Something if some water was used to just wash off a utensil or wash off like vegetables or something like that, you could use it again as long as there wasn't like dirt or stuff in that water. Are you guys following? Because again, you had a limited quantity of water to deal with. You didn't have running water, you didn't have plumbing. So all of these issues are very, very critical because you don't have water to spare. So when it comes to khafifa and mughallada, how much of it can you get away with? That's pretty much the point of this, right? And this is in the scenario where you don't have the capacity to actually wash it off, right? Mughallada, so equal to the size of a dirham by weight, or that which equals the size of an adult palm. So again, you might think like, okay, what's a dirham? Because we don't use dirhams today. Even the countries that use a dirham don't use an actual dirham. They use paper currency. Does that make sense? So in those days, all of the currency that was, pre-modern times when currencies were actually minted, and they used like metals and stuff, you couldn't force them because they had a particular weight, right? It had to be like issued with, it had to have the stamps and all of that stuff, right? So a dirham was basically a silver coin. A dinar is a gold coin, right? So light in weight. So if you had to think of a modern equivalent, so basically is what we would call the inside of your palm, right? So this section right here. So if you were to cup your palm like this inside would be considered the size of a dirham. So this much is possible for you to get away with on your clothing, or this much or less, basically, possible to get away with on your clothing if you're not able to wash it off. Now think of somebody who bled from a wound, and there are some, there's spots of blood, for example, on their sleeve. All of it combined is less than the size of a dirham. Not necessary for them to wash it off, because it's what we would call a forgivable quantity. Yes.
So it's not that you could have 5 different spots that are smaller than the dirham?
No, it's all together, because it could be spread out. So say, for example, somebody has a nosebleed, and sometimes it might be that you're rinsing your nose, and once you rinse your nose, it sprays out, the blood sprays out, and it's basically, sorry for the graphic thing, right? But it sprays out and it's on your sleeve, but it's not in one area, right? If you were to put all of it together, it would still be less than the size of a dirham. So that will be considered a forgivable quantity. Accidents happen in the restroom. Say, for example, a person is traveling and some urine splashes on their clothing. Some urine splashes on their clothing, right? Because again, you're using the restroom in like a dug hole, right? Or in the wild, or even if you use the bathroom, right? Because there's always a possibility of urine splashing back from the toilet bowl itself, right? Which is one of the reasons why urinals for men specifically shouldn't be used unless it's an emergency and you got no other choice, right? Because first of all, you're very close to it and the potential for any splashback is very high. So even if you have splashes of urine on your clothing and you don't have enough water to spare to wash it off, as long as it's less than a dirham amount, that's forgivable. Okay. Khafifa, and now this is why you're gonna kind of see why it's necessary to make a distinction between khafifa and light, because the amount of khafifa, the amount of light impurity that you can get away with is much more. It's forgiven if it is not more than 1/4 of a person's clothing or body. That's a lot. That's a lot. 1/4, it's like at least a sleeve, right? So again, just think about a farmer or a person who's working with animals, right? Or who's working with animals and who has splashes of urine, right, on their clothing, and they don't have the capacity to wash it off and it dries up, right? They're able to pray with it because it's less than 1/4, okay? Less than 1/4. Most people, when they do have water, they wouldn't just leave it on their clothing. This is obviously when you just don't have the water to spare, or you don't have access to water to actually wash it off, right? So what do you do then? So if you think back to the khafifa things that we looked at, urine of horses, urine of animals whose meat is permissible to eat, droppings of predatory birds and other flying animals whose meat is impermissible to eat. All of these things would be considered to be forgivable if less than 1/4. Okay, now what do we mean by forgivable? So forgivable in the sense that one can pray with it if they cannot change their clothing or wash the impurity. It is better, of course, to wash the impurity or change one's clothing if they can. You guys following? Okay. Any questions?
It sounds like we'll go back to it sounds like in the footnote 141, where anything in the environment is being heavy fill, but then if because of the very bottom, if wudu is not nullified thereby, because the blood that circulates because it's flow, then the fluid is not.
Well,
Whereas we're saying like
no, so it's so the blood in and of itself is still considered, impure, but by having it merely on the surface of your skin doesn't mean that you have to wash it, right? If you just wipe it, it's fine. If it gets on your clothing and if it's less than the size of a dirham, it doesn't need to be wiped off because it's considered very little. The nature of something is still the same, like blood is still blood, right? But you would treat it based on the state it is in. If that makes any sense, right? So in the books of fiqh, you're going to find technicalities, right? When it comes to teaching, not necessarily for you all because you're trying to learn details, right? But when you think of teaching others, right? It's best to try to simplify things as much as possible because it gets very technical. Like, oh, blood is this, blood that, just you don't make it too difficult or too easy, but you kind of say, as long as it doesn't flow, it's fine. As soon as it starts flowing, then it breaks your wudu. If it gets on your clothing, if it's less than this amount, then it's okay. If you can't wash it off, right? Or if you don't notice it, sometimes it happens, right? So say, for example, somebody, not a cut necessarily, but say, for example, they banged into something, bumped into something, right? Or they fell and their skin scraped under their pant leg, for example. And they didn't notice, like the blood coming out because the pant didn't tear. But later on, they look at their knee and they realize that, oh, some blood had gotten onto, the pant itself. As long as it's less than a dirham, they're not going to be like, oh, I have to wash this off or things like that, right? Yeah.
And so this better to wash, like, does that mean exactly that? Like, it's not necessary, but it would be better to.
Yeah, because you don't want to leave impurity on yourself unnecessarily. Right? You don't want to leave impurity on yourself unnecessarily. However, if you are obviously not capable of washing something off because limited water or what have you, or your circumstance, then that's different.
The example you gave a moment ago about somebody like scratching themselves or scraping themselves
Yeah.
and not noticing that they were bleeding. What if they prayed, let's say, 2 salat, and then they realized that they were bleeding and it was bigger than the dirham? Would they have to make up their prayer, or
So if they realize they ended up bleeding more than, first of all, if they realize that they bled to the extent that it flowed out, right? So it didn't just pool to the top of their knee, but actually flowed down their leg, and they see like the trail of it, then that means their wudu had broken, right? Now, if they pray 2 salah, for example, they're not sure if it had been flowing in the first one or the second one, then it's better for them to repeat just both. They're unsure. If they're more or less certain, let's say, for example, I prayed the first, I scraped my knee during my first salah, and it was close to the end of the salah. Does that make sense? Which means I finished very quickly right after, and at that time I didn't notice any blood that was really coming out, and I wiped it off or whatever. Then you're not going to have to repeat that. After the second salah, if they notice that the blood actually had flowed out, then they would just repeat the second one. Yes.
so I see that this, where I asked it was more like a wooden question, because like you said, in that example, you break your wudu due to the flowing of blood, right? So let's say someone, in that same example, wiped off the blood after it was flowing, and then later prayed, and then when they got home, they looked at their inside of their pants. They seen like, oh wow, there was a good amount that was actually stained on my pants.
Yeah.
And they prayed, although they wiped the blood, they prayed in those pants. Would they have to make it up because they were technically praying in something that had?
If it's a dirham or less, then it's fine.
But if it was over,
So that would be a lot, right? And you would think like that those types of scenarios would be rare because that much blood where it's more than a dirham, right? Would be very visible, right? So a person has to make a judgment call at that point. Like, do I think of this as less than this much put together?
well, let's say somebody sat in extra somehow, and they already prayed, and then they realized afterwards that they had it on their backside from an animal or whatever.
When they were praying.
Yeah, and they're already done. Do they have to make up their prayer?
Again, just depends on the quantity. For the most part, it doesn't break their wudu.
Yeah,
It doesn't break their salah. But one of the prerequisites of salah is your clothing has to be clean. and forgivable quantities is how you determine whether your clothing was clean or not, right? Again, think in pre-modern times when, you know, wildlife and all of these things were very, very, no, or even in like, you know, in countries and cities where horses and buggies were still being used, even if it was quote unquote like the Industrial Revolution and things like that, right? So, wherever a person sat or when they walked, right, it was very likely for anything to come into contact with them, right? So when you talk about clothes being clean for Salah, you are basing it off of this. Do I have more or less of the forgivable quantities of impurity?
So basically, just another short. So the urine of a human would be on the level. So what is it? Well, what would be the
So basically, you know, what I think it's called the conclave of your palm, basically the inner of your palm. So splashes are not going to be as much as this,
okay?
right? I mean, if you were to put like some water here, right, that kind of just tells you how much urine can actually get in your clothing, right? So splashback, when a person's using the restroom, like very, very little drops, right, getting on your clothing is obviously not that much, right? This is when a, you know, if a person, for example, has an accident and it gets on their clothing, right? Or they're basically sometimes this happens. You know, if somebody's outdoors and they're, you know, they're relieving themselves, then the, you know, the urine, for example, as is you know, flowing away, it might, for example, get on the bottom of their pant legs, right? So if it's like a lot, right, you're still determining it based on the different size.
Or the pumps?
Yeah, right.
So only so I think it was the saliva of the animals increased to be so a dog falls under that, right?
A dog falls under that, so
That would
the dog one, so this one doesn't have saliva. Saliva is here, right?
yeah.
Saliva of animals. So the dog saliva is also very specifically mentioned in the hadith, right? And because you know, you don't eat dogs anyway, but you don't. So say for example, if somebody has a guard dog or a farm dog, and saliva of that dog gets on their hands, on their clothing, then they would have to wash it off if it's a dirham or more.
So it's no oh so that's different. But if it's more than that, they have to do
Your wudu is still fine. Your wudu doesn't break. Your wudu doesn't. None of these, if it gets on your clothing, your wudu is affected.
even if it's more than that.
Yeah. So when we talk about forgivable quantities, we're talking about whether or not you have to wash your clothing or your body if it got on your clothing or body. So if alcohol is dumped on you or it gets on your clothing, your wudu is absolutely fine. But can you pray with that? Okay. So one question that usually comes up is how do you purify? Like, how do you purify? Because A, you have many, many different types of impurities, and you have many, many different types of purification, or at least many different types of cleaning. Okay, so do you always need to wash it 3 times? Right? Does it need to completely dry out? Does it need to be completely washed away, meaning no traces of it remain? So on, right? So we have a lot of different methods of purification. So your method is going to differ based on the type of filth, either heavy or light. Okay. So if it's visible filth, Visible as in, so all of these are najasa haqiqiyya. All of these are najasa haqiqiyya. These are what we would call actual filth. All right. Actual filth meaning they have a body, whether it's discernible or not. If it's discernible, if it has a body, it's discernible, that means it's visible. Okay. And visible filth must be washed and wrung. Wrung means you squeeze the water out, and that is possible for things like clothing, right? Things like clothing, you have to wash it and you have to wring out the water, okay? And 3 times is to ensure that all of it has been, all of them has come out of the clothing, right? What if it's not something that you can wring because it absorbs, right? That's so it also depends on what type of thing that you're dealing with. If it's a material that absorbs, this is where you are washing and wringing. Does that make sense? So if you have like a jacket or like a sleeve, you have it absorb the impurity, then you wash it and you wring it out. What if it's something like a carpet or a mattress? You can't wring out a mattress, you can't wring out a carpet. Not everybody has like those water vacuums, for example, right? So how would you clean an area of a carpet, for example, that has like like kids are being potty trained, for example, when there's an accident, how do you clean that area? So again, it's you wash that area, you put water in it, right? And then you soak up the water. You soak up the water, whether it's with a towel or Bounties, right? Or you use like those water vacuums, right? That's how you are extracting or taking the water back out once you have put water on it to wash it. If it's something that can just be wiped, like a wound, for example, like the blood just pulls to the surface of the skin, you can just wipe it off and the blood is completely gone, then you don't have to wash it also. Just wiping it is sufficient, right? Or if it's on a surface that doesn't absorb, like a countertop or like a wooden floor, right? Baby had an accident on like, wooden floor, then you just wipe it out. You don't have to wash and then wipe. Because the purpose of all of these methods is to remove the impurity. If your impurity is removed without even water, then water is not necessary to be used. Water is the best way, or at least the most common way of removing and washing, but it's not always going to be necessary, right? If impurity is in something like a container, right? You can just wash it, rinse it out, right? For example, containers were left out to collect rainwater, and you have like, crows come, whatever, and drink water from it. Your container is still fine. You just wash it out. That's it, right? So it's not necessary for you to wash it 3 times. It's not necessary for you to always use water, as long as water is used, that water is taken out again. So you wash it and then you wring it out, or you wash it and you soak up the water again. If visible filth is present, but you don't have access to water, could sand or stones be used? You could use any other material to wipe and clean if it actually gets the job done. So say, for example, a person has like wipes, baby wipes, for example. It's not necessarily water, but it gets the job done. Or you use sand to absorb the filth off of something and to just dust it off or wash it off or wipe it off, right? Then as long as the impurity itself is gone, then that's also fine. Right? So interestingly, in the traditional books of fiqh, when it came to wiping off, when it came to washing the saliva of a dog from a utensil, they actually recommend using earth in addition to water, because it's not just absorbent, but it would really clean out, because dog saliva is, not necessarily healthy even. Does that make sense? So yeah, you can use other things. So when it's invisible filth, in other words, it has a body, but it's no longer discernible. So urine obviously is the most common thing, because urine, when it dries off, it's very hard to tell unless it's a lot, for example. Then when it dries out, then you kind of see and you can distinguish it from like the other parts of the clothing, right? If it's blood that dries up, the stain of it makes it visible. Does that make sense? So it's not necessarily indiscernible. So it's usually urine that falls under this category, because when it dries up, it's very difficult to say, okay, this is where it started from, or this is where it fell. So because it's invisible and because you can't, pinpoint exactly which area, then you would wash it 3 times. Right? You would actually wash it 3 times, and you would wring out the water each time. You could just wash and wring once if it was pre-soaked. If it was pre-soaked, right? So say, for example, a person knows that this area of my pants had urine on it, and I'm going to just soak that area. Then if you take it out of the pre-soaked water, you wash it and you wring out the water once, then that's going to be sufficient. If you do it immediately without pre-soaking, then you do it 3 times, just to make sure that you are doing it correctly. Okay. So wiping is sufficient for things like shoes, right? So you got splashes of urine on your shoes because you use the urinal, for example, right? Or outdoors, you use the restroom, right? And there's stuff that's splashed on your shoes can just be wiped off. Your shoes don't have to be pre-soaked. It doesn't have to be washed 3 times, etc. Right? Now, what about things like chemical transformation? Right? Chemical transformation is specific to dry cleaning. Dry cleaning, for example, doesn't use any water. By definition, it's called dry cleaning, right? It doesn't use water. So say, for example, you have clothing that has urine and all different types of najas, all of the heavy najasa, urine, blood, and all that, and you give it at the dry cleaners, and you got it back, it's pristine, right? Then it's absolutely clean, right? Not because it's no longer visible, but the process of dry cleaning, we say, is sufficient for it to remove impurities, right? So water is not involved, but water doesn't need to be involved, okay, if you use other things. If you burn something, so if you burn things to purify it, so metals, for example, are burned to purify them. Does that make sense? So we're not saying you burn your clothing, things that can be burned. If you burn them, then that's sufficient. Tanning, right? Tanning is when you transform animal skin to like leather, rugs, or things like that. All of those things would be considered a purifying agent, right? Drying, what does drying mean? So this is common to what we would call the outdoors. So say, for example, in a park, dogs are there and they kind of just come under a tree and they relieve themselves, right? once the ground absorbs the urine and it's completely dry, it's now pure. You could sit on it. Does that make sense? So nothing had to be done. You didn't have to put water on it. You didn't have to like shuffle the sand around or whatever, or put more dirt on top of it. Nothing like that. The mere fact that it dried up, and this is specific to like earth. You're not going to use that same idea for your clothing. Does that make sense? So all those things also purify. Now, yes,
Does that like apply to concrete and
yeah,
asphalt?
exactly.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Even if it dries.
It's dry. Yeah, exactly. Because it would be almost impossible for you to know once it does dry up that something happened here before. Does that make sense? So, is water the only thing you can use? Okay, so you can use water, or you could use other types of water, such as vinegar, right? Rose water, for example, right? If you end up using those things to just wash, absolutely fine, right? Do you need to use soap, detergents, or anything like that? It's not necessary. You can use it, but it's not necessary, right? So this is going to come up in the second to last point. Removal of filth does not mean absence of traces. This is key, right? A lot of times people want to use soap and things like that, not just water, because there might be traces of it remaining. So say, for example, you have a nosebleed and there are like drops of blood on your sleeve. You wash your sleeve, now it's like pink. Does that make sense? Now it's like pink. It's like the traces of it are still there. Absolutely fine. It doesn't have to be completely gone in order for it to be considered pure. You might consider it dirty, but again, if you guys remember when we started the slides on this topic, dirty does not equal impure, right? So it's not necessary for you to use soap and detergents and other things in order for something to become pure, okay? It's not always necessary to wash 3 times, okay? Because the purpose is for the impurities to be removed. So, for example, when you put clothes in a washing machine and you have like 1 rinse cycle, you don't have to put it for like 3 rinse cycles and have it be washed for like hour and a half, like the load itself, right? It's not necessary, because 1 rinse cycle of a washing machine, or at least the amount of water it uses, the way it washes your clothing, the force is going to be much more than you manually washing clothes 3 times. Does that make sense? Unless you're like really good at it. I mean, you know, we don't, some people still, you know, they'll manually, they'll hand wash, you know, delicate items, for example. You know, you have things like the small packs that you can throw into a wash machine or a dryer with, like, you know, things that might get lost, like socks or whatever, or like, you know, undergarments and things like that. You have them in like one thing and you just toss in with your other clothing, right? But growing up, we've seen you might have seen your grandparents, you know, if they were in the habit of wearing like lungis, like the, you know, the sarong type of things, right? They'd wash it right after they shower. Does that make sense? There's always a lungi hanging in the, growing up, there was always like a lungi hanging in the backyard or something, drying up, because they just wash it by hand, right? Like undergarments would be just washed by hand. I remember, I mean, in madrasa, we had like laundry service, alhamdulillah. We'd have laundry days based on our year. So all of our clothing, so you could give like the big ones, like your t-shirts, your you know, your kurtas, your pants and things like that. And I'd have like our student numbers like written in the hem or something. and you just drop it off in the morning, and then you pick it up after Asr, and it'll be like washed, dried, ironed, folded, just pick up a nice stack, right? We're spoiled. Alhamdulillah. But I remember the first time, like, because they wouldn't obviously wash your undergarments and your socks and your topis and things like that. So you'd have to do that yourself. I remember the first time, like, a couple of us tried to wash our own clothing. Like, one of my classmates never did anything like that ever in his life. I had some experience, right? But one of my classmates, like, his socks came out more dirty after he washed them because he didn't do it properly. And then we learned, right? And obviously, you get a workout, like your forearms are like, mashallah, because you're like like washing like a bucket load, right? But when you manually wash clothes, you realize the amount of force or what you can do is less than what a washing machine ends up doing. It depends. Like if you kind of go into the laundry, if you drop your clothes off to get laundried in like other countries, they might not necessarily be using a machine. They might be using like the stick. I don't know if you guys ever, like they might be using the stick to literally beat the dirt out of it, right? But it's a technique, right? So it's not necessary for you to repeat that 3 number for something like a washing machine, simply because the purpose again is to have the filth be removed, which might not require 3 times. Okay, so when it comes to using water for washing clothes or purifying, used water for wudu or ghusl remains pure. So again, when I talked about think how when people would take showers and things like that, they wouldn't necessarily allow all of it to drain out, or it would be used for something. It could be used for something. Does that make sense? So it can be used to remove filth. You can use that same water to wash your undergarments, for example, but it's no longer purifying for another wudu or ghusl. So imagine you collecting the water in a bucket and using that to wash like your socks or something, right? That's absolutely fine because the water itself is considered still pure, as long as no visible impurities from your body transfer to the water. Yes.
Like sometimes I'm owning a personal and it doesn't look clean, but the fact that it's dry, you're saying is fine.
So it doesn't look clean because cars are always driving over it. There's like dried gum on it, and and a ton of other things that you don't want to know anything about, but it's dry. Does that make sense? So if you put like a prayer mat on top of it, that's absolutely fine.
Even the sketch of saying.
Yeah, right. As long as it's dry, because if it's wet, then you don't know what it is, so you want to be cautious and you don't want to pray anywhere near. So used water can be used obviously for food, for clothes, right? Pots, they remain pure and purifying, right? And again, we're talking about earthen pots, right? Why are pots an issue? We're talking about earthen pots. We're not talking about like, steel or, whatever different types of materials that we have today. We're talking about earthen pots that could absorb. Does that make sense? So they remain pure. The pot itself means pure and purifying, provided there was no filth in the water to begin with, because then the water would have to be thrown out. Inside of the pot would have to be washed out before you can put more water in it. And as we said, removal of filth does not mean absence of traces. So the stain and the smell remaining is still fine, right? Um. And as I mentioned previously, dry cleaning is fine, even if it doesn't use water. It's basically using transformation, like, it's chemically transforming. And the method is considered to be sufficient. Hmm. So chemical transformation is more so the entire process that can happen in multiple ways. So red wine vinegar, for example, is a chemical transformation, right? And it turns from something impure to something pure. Does that make sense? And dry cleaning is a subset of that, like you're using different agents to kind of clean the clothing itself, and it will be considered okay. Now, the same idea when it comes to large drums of water. Large drums of water. So, if you have, so people who are on farms, they might collect rainwater, for example, right? They might collect rainwater, they might have a backup reservoir of water. What if it's, for example, different parts of the country, they might have to store water when it's like hurricane season, right? Because they might not have running water for 2-3 days, right? So you have basically large containers of water. So the wells issue is the baseline of how you would purify any large quantity of water. In pre-modern times, the largest reservoir that you had, natural reservoir that you had, was a well. Right? The largest reservoir that you had and that people had access to were wells. Most people didn't have a ton of water in their homes. They had drums, but a drum is nothing compared to a well. All right. So what do you do when you have animals fall into the well? You can't just say, okay, this well is condemned. We're no longer using this well anymore. No, people depend on it. So what do you do? So it depends on the type of animal that falls into it. If it's a mouse, or like if it's a small animal like a mouse, take out 20 buckets of water and it's considered pure, right? If it's a medium animal like a pigeon, 40 buckets, right? If it's large animal like a sheep or something like that, or larger, possible, because wells were, some wells have walls, right? Obviously, so people just don't fall into it. But sometimes, animals can be dropped, right? Or an animal can climb and fall into it. Then all of the water will be taken out. And when it's a large animal, you would take all of the water out, whether the animal, bloated or burst or did not, because over time it can happen, right? So any animal that typically, bursts and is in the water, then you take out all of the water as possible. So again, how do you take out all of the water of a well when it's pretty much just drawing on from underground, right? So it's talking about what's visible to you. Does that make sense? It's talking about the bottom of the well of what's visible to you. Yes.
So do you have to go and get the dead animal as well?
Well, it would hopefully come out with all of the water that's taken out, right? And then when the water fills up again, it's going to be more water and less of that. And then,
Dead animals.
right? So for the most part, if it's a large enough animal that could be reached, right, then it would be extracted. So I think the easiest way to think about it is if you have like a drum of water and you open the drum and you find a dead mouse inside, is it necessary for you to throw out that entire drum? right? You might be like, yeah, I don't want to drink it. But say, for example, you could fish out the mouse, right? You could take some more water out, and usually today, whenever people have those types of, extra reserves, they usually have like a filtration system. Does that make sense? So water would be fine, but it's not necessary for you to throw all of it out just because a small animal died inside, right? Again, the likelihood of large animals and medium animals falling in and dying and bursting in like these containers is rare. It's not like it's impossible because you don't necessarily check, right? If you go to farms, they don't necessarily check inside all the time. They might do a periodic check because the idea is like it's covered and you can't have animals going inside easily. But when you're talking about wells which are open, right, and it's not necessarily covered, some of them are covered, most of them are not, then this can happen very easily. So what do? This is how you would just purify it, right? So bird droppings, flies, mosquitoes, wasps, dead fish, they don't make the water impure. This is also the same for any type of water reserves that you have as well. Okay. And you could apply this to anything like containers and swimming pools. We're talking about a stagnant, confined body of water. Okay. We don't talk about rivers because by definition, a river is always flowing, right? By definition, a river is flowing, and therefore anything that falls into it is washed downstream. Are you guys following? When it comes to swimming pools, right? We were talking about this when we first started. In addition to having things like chlorine and things like that, most swimming pools have a filtration system, right? So you don't necessarily empty out the entire pool and fill it up again because you know that the filtration system is going to take care of whatever little impurities are in it. Yes.
I feel like you probably talked about it before, but what about like lakes, just like in general?
Lakes? Well, any large body of water. So when we talked about a body of water, it had to be 15 by 15, basically, right? In length and depth. Anything beyond that, even if it's less, but it was flowing, so a river, right, might be a narrow river or a narrow stream, but because there's water constantly gushing through, any impurity that falls in doesn't remain in the same place. So larger bodies of water, even if they're not flowing, so a lake is not flowing like a river, but because it's by definition we call it a lake or a pond, most impurities that fall into it are going to be, the water is not going to be affected unless there's a huge amount. And that's, say for example, some company decided to dump their stuff into a pond or a lake or something like that, and it gets to a point where the water is like very, very affected, then yeah, right? But for the most part, lakes, oceans, ponds are considered okay, because anything that does die in it is going to be quite insignificant compared to the rest of the water, right? Okay. So connected to that is saliva and water. We have 2 slides left, right? So we'll just finish that up and then you guys can have a long break till your next class. Saliva and water is specifically, again, connected to, animals having utilized that utensil or having drunk from that water or from that container, and is going to depend on whose saliva it is. So the issue at hand is whether you can use such water for wudu. Okay, can you use such water for wudu? So water that encountered saliva could be basically of three categories. Four categories. The first one is pure and purifying. In other words, pure gets on your clothing, you don't have to wash it off, absolutely fine. Purifying means that you can still use it for wudu, and it's not disliked for you to use that water. Again, we're talking about technical terms or technical scenarios. We're not talking about whether you would naturally feel comfortable using it. We're not talking about sensibilities here. We're talking about whether you can use it for wudu or not. So saliva of humans with a clean mouth.
What is a human with dirty mouth?
Say someone has a mouth sore, right? Or, bleeding gums, for example, right? So, think of it in any way, but say, for example, somebody came and, say you're using a bottle of water for wudu, and somebody came and drank from that bottle. Does that make sense? Somebody came and drank from that bottle. Can you still use that water? Yeah, you can. That's what it's talking about, right? Animals that can be eaten. So, you're at a farm, right? The water that's used for wudu, say for example, one of the cattle drank from it, right? So again, keep in mind that you don't have to rinse your mouth and rinse your nose as part of the fard of wudu. So you might be like, how's it possible for you to put that water in your mouth? Well, that's the sunnah part. What are you doing is simply, and you're not splashing, you're not drenching yourself in it, because again, washing means using enough water that you have at least 2 or 3 drops separating from your limbs. Just take a couple of handfuls, you wash your face, both arms, you wipe your head, and you wash your feet. And that's it. That's all you need to do, right? And us, city folks, we have like higher sensibilities, right? People who grow up in the farms and things like that, they're less, I get like, ew, they have like that, they have less ick factor, right? They don't get grossed out easily because they see stuff all the time. For some people, it's like, they get, like, how is it possible? Some people can't even walk into like a slaughterhouse, for example, or like where the chickens are kept and things like that. And they're like, oh, what's the smell? Like, after a couple of minutes, you just block it out, right? So, again, you don't have to rinse your mouth with the same cow water, right? Not necessary. Yes.
So even like the micro, whatever, is like, I don't want to get jarred. So it's like, it's fine. You don't have to do your mouth.
You don't have to. So you don't have to rinse your mouth and rinse your nose as part of the faraid of wudu, right? If somebody's like, yeah, like this water really smells funny or tastes funny, right? And I don't want to put it in my mouth, that's fine. You just need enough to actually just wash your limbs that are required to be washed. Does that make sense? Horses, the same. So horses aren't obviously consumed, they're not eaten, but they're a very common animal to have because they were used for transportation. So this type of scenario is what we would call pure, purifying, and not disliked. What will be considered impure? So it will be considered impure. So saliva of dogs touch the water. Does that make sense? So the farm dog drank from the water that is a reservoir. It will be now considered impure. Pigs, predatory land animals, right? You can drink that water if there's a dire need. In other words, you're dying of thirst, literally, and that's the only water available, you can drink it, but you can't use it for wudu. Okay? But it'll be considered impure, which means if any of that water had to get on your clothing, you would have to wash it off also. So number 3 is water that is disliked if other water is available. It's not considered disliked if other water is not available. Does that make sense? If you have another option, then you use that other option. Okay. What is that? So saliva of house cats. Saliva of house cats. Now you might think to yourself, well, why house cats? Well, in those days, cats came and went. They weren't confined to the house. They weren't like, pampered with an Instagram channel. Oh man, people be monetizing their pets like, mashallah. Sometimes you watch those pets, you're like, man, got like, it's like the secret life of pets type of thing. Man, they got a better life than me, right? Like they're pampered and like, and you got like those pet grooming ASMR channels. Oh, the internet is such a weird place sometimes, right? It's like people grooming their dogs and grooming their cat. It's very nice. They're taking care of their pets, but it's like so most cats or domesticated pets, right? They kind of came and went. They weren't confined to the house. So when they're confined to the house now, they're eating like Purina, whatever, Friskies. We have my sister had a cat now. We had a cat not too long ago as well, New York. So yeah, you buy cat food and stuff, they're not going and hunting pigeons, right? They're eating their whatever it is, right? So, yeah, it's manufactured, right? And then some people kind of, go on the other end and like gourmet meals for their cats, like, wow, mashallah, right? So, saliva of house cats. So this is when house cats would actually be roaming around. If your cat is like an outdoor and indoor cat, meaning they just go off on their own during the day and come back at night, you don't know where their mouth been. You don't know what they did. You don't know what they hunted, right? So if their saliva was to come into contact with some water, then it would be disliked for you to use that water for wudu if you had other water available. Does that make sense? Simply because you weren't sure. Released chickens. Released chickens means free-range chickens, essentially. So these aren't chickens that are just eating grain, right? They're kind of just free roaming. They can eat what they want, right? Including bugs and things like that, right? So you don't know if their beaks, for example, had any remnants of that stuff and transferred to the water. If it's a chicken in a coop, for example, then you are the one giving the food. And for the most part, you can determine that, okay, they don't have any impurities in their mouths. Predatory birds, some vulture, not vulture, like a hawk or whatever is flying over your farm, takes a drink of water and leaves. You don't know if any remnant of what they hunted is now in the water. So it's makruh, but only if you have other types of water. Same thing, when it comes to mouse, mice and snakes. These are common land creatures, bugs, reptiles that may or most likely will come into contact with any water that you leave out. Does that make sense? Think about it in terms of, like, practically speaking, what would be the most, you're not going to expect a tiger to just come through your farm. Does that make sense? Depending on the region you're in. But you can reasonably expect certain types of animals. So say, for example, if you live like in the upland area, if you're living close to the mountains, having coyotes go through your backyard, for example, is a very common thing. Does that make sense? So if you have like, reservoirs of water and in your camera, you see them drinking at night, then this is kind of the rule that you would follow. You guys follow? Okay. The last one is doubtful about its purifying nature because of the animals themselves. So saliva of donkeys and mules, very common transportation animals, right? That can also just be on the farms. You can use it if no other water is available, but you would also just do tayammum. So this isn't impure, which you can't use at all. This isn't only disliked, that is fine to use if you don't have any other water. It's somewhere in between. It's doubtful, so you just reassure yourself by also doing tayammum after doing that wudu. So again, for the most part, these aren't directly applicable to us, but in many, many different ways, you can actually see how they would apply to scenarios that we find ourselves in, right? So the reason why, for example, you don't have to worry about these rules when it comes to the wilderness and using water from like flowing streams and lakes and things like that is because even if animals are drinking from it, because it's flowing water, right? Any type of impurity and the quantity of water kind of ensures that it remains pure. Okay. The last thing for the chapter of Tahara, for the chapter of purification, is istinja, which is using the restroom, right? So this is, part of fiqh, because, as some of the Sahaba were asked, like, your prophet even tells you how to use the restroom. And they took it as a point of pride that, yes, this is how detailed our Sharia is, right? That, it's not like only a few things, but rather every aspect of our life. So when we talk about istinja, we don't simply mean using the restroom, which is what everyone does. Istinja means to use things or use the restroom in a way that ensures that no impurity remains. So again, why would Allah, for example, highlight specifically the people who did istinja by not just using, the little pellets, earth pellets, but they also used water because it ensured their purity. Now, again, think back to pre-modern times. How would people clean themselves? There was no Charmin Ultra, right? There was no double ply, ultra absorbent, and all of these different types of tissues that you get, right? What do people use, right? So, you would basically use earth, right? You would basically use earth. Now, sometimes it would be dried and hardened, not like brick hard, because that would hurt you literally, but hardened that it could help remove the impurities. It would remove and absorb the impurities, and that would be sufficient and not require you to use water. Does that make sense? So, very practical example, most public restrooms that you go to, right, unless you're taking a bottle inside with you, they don't have bidets. They don't have bidets. So what do? Right? You've relieved yourself, you've used the restroom. How do you wash yourself? You don't have water. Use tissue paper, right? And you use as much as necessary as long as you are sure that there's no impurity remaining. Does that make sense? It's not necessary for you to use water per se. Water just ensures that it's completely thoroughly washed, which is why when some of the Sahaba did so, Allah highlighted that these are the people who love to be pure, right? These are the people who love to be pure because they not only use like earth pellets or whatever it was to remove the najasa from themselves, but they also used water. Now, we obviously use water by default. This has been a revelation for some people apparently during COVID. Like, oh wow, you don't need tissue. Here's this magical thing called a bidet. And it's now like a very popular thing, right? Which is great for us. But, you kind of think to yourself like, we are accustomed to using water because we have running water. Right? Like what, how's it possible for you to have something like a lota or something? All right, or like a bottle, or like if you want to be more aesthetically pleasing, you use like a watering can. That's actually a gardening watering can, but it looks more aesthetically pleasing with your bathroom instead of like the plastic traditional red and blue plastic lotas, or even the more traditional, you ever saw the silver ones, the silver metal ones? Huh? Oh man, yeah, those are like the OG lotus, right? It's like, so that doesn't go with your nice minimalistic Scandinavian aesthetic of a bathroom, right? So you're not gonna stick like a plastic lota in there, right? So you get like, like a watering can or something. But most people use bidets now, like you just have a hose, right? So is it necessary? Is it necessary for you to use something like that? No. But it ensures that all of the impurities go away. One good alternative is what we would call the flushable wipes, right? Like some people have flushable wipes, right? Um, um, there's a company called Dude Wipes. I don't know if you guys know that Dude Wipes, right? So, it's basically, so they use these, they have these single packet wipes that are like, after the gym, you can use it to just easily freshen up. Very great to have for like travel and stuff, like, like very good. Yeah, it actually gets the job done. So they have versions which are very common now, like flushable wipes, because usually when you use baby wipes, they say don't flush it down because they're not going to disintegrate, right? So you have flushable wipes, which get the job done simply because it's moist. So when you are wiping yourself, like the impurities are completely off, right? So the idea of istinja is to use things or to wash yourself in a way that no impurity remains, all right? So materials used besides water should be clean. So whatever you do use should also be clean, like tissues and wipes, etc. And obviously, when it comes to the room or the bathroom where you're going to relieve yourself, you enter with the left foot, you exit with the right foot, and you have du'as for both, right? So, what would you do if it was like out in the open, like the area where you would actually relieve yourself? That's the area that you would quote unquote enter and exit with the du'a. Does that make sense? Because there's no, boundary, so to speak. A very common question people have is when you're entering the restroom, taking the name of Allah, right? You just simply recite it in your mind. It doesn't have to be said out loud.
We were talking about, I think it's stones or whatnot, talking about the wipes. Could you hypothetically also use toilet paper for after urinating, hypothetically? Or
Yeah.
would that only have to be water?
No, you can't, especially if no water is available, right? If water is available, then you absolutely use water, right? But it's not necessary. That's the point, right? It's virtuous because it ensures, right, a more thorough cleaning. But in many of our scenarios where a person is not at home, or then they're not in a masjid, or they're not in a Muslim friendly restroom. So say, for example, single the family restrooms, or single the single user restrooms, right, which has a sink. You could easily use a bottle, or you can wet some tissue, or use whatever it is, because you don't have to worry. But when you're like in the normal restrooms where it's like stalls, you don't have anything you could use. So does it mean that you can't pray? No, you can still pray, provided that you've just wiped everything off properly.
For bathrooms like that we have here, for example, or even like public restrooms where there's like the sink area and then there's like stalls for toilets. Like I'm just curious, like what's considered like the bathroom and like when you would say the dua, and also attached to that, like I'll hear people like chatting up in the bathroom, yeah, alhamdulillah, inshallah. I'm like curious, like what is the separation between
It will be the stall itself.
the stalls?
Yeah, I mean, even though the entire area is called the bathroom or the washroom, the stall itself where the toilet is used, that would be considered the place for dua. Because most of our wudu areas and most masajid are the same, right? The stalls are on one side, the wudu areas on the other side. And people are like reciting du'as and things like that. That's fine because you are out of the actual toilet area. Yeah. And you also have to keep in mind that, again, pre-modern times and not that too far back, the bathroom was the outhouse. It was like separate from the house, it was behind the house. And it was not necessarily with you know with like the sinks and stuff like that, right? Same thing for most homes, the way they are built today, right? The bathroom has the shower, has the toilet area, right? So that's a little difficult. So out of precaution, you could say, when you enter the bathroom that has both the toilet, sink, and all of that stuff, then you would recite the dua in your heart. And any du'as that you make, you would do it in your heart as opposed to saying it out loud. Because you have so many configurations today, right? If you go to like most new builds, for example, the toilet is in its own little corner with sometimes like half a wall, or it's like in a closet, basically, there's the door and the sinks and all of them are outside with the tub. So that would be the exact area where you would recite the dua to go, inside and out. Some new builds don't even have doors, right? Like if you kind of go to like the master bedroom type of layouts, it's just like in there, right? So you're always walking through the bathroom area to get to like the closet that's in the back, for example, right? So it's not like you always gotta recite du'as entering and exiting. It's literally just the area where the toilet is going to be. Yeah. All right, that's the end of today's stuff. Inshallah, from next Friday, we are going to be talking about Salah. Sorry, sir. It's Thursday. That was like a little panic right there. Friday. Our Friday classes were done. Inshallah, it is done until January. So next Friday, next Thursday, we still have class, inshallah. And obviously the following week, we don't have class because of Thanksgiving break. So next week, inshallah, we're going to start Kitab al-Salah. And then in December, we have we have 2 classes in December, because the 19th, we have a joint session scheduled. So we're not classes. So joint sessions are usually in the second half. So basically from 10 o'clock onward. So we might end up having class anyway. So we have 2 or 3 sessions for December before winter break. And then obviously when we get back in January, that first week is finals week. So classes will resume after finals week. So, right. Jazakallah. سبحان الله وبحمده سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أستغفرك السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Making a word sound masking plural. We put the una. Yeah, I think after the wow. I would mix up the pair.
One.
This one, I know.
Who's that? Is that you? All right. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi man sunna bi sunnati ila yawm al-din. Ibn Isa,
He's feeling sick.
the burgers.
I told him maybe the delayed onset.
Mhm.
Friday is out. Did you see his message?
Hmm?
He said he's gonna be out for a couple days due to
I
sickness.
saw that. Mira, you want to tell me how the sisters outnumber the brothers today too? So you got
Shit, please.
no, no, listen.
Leave it, Sheikh.
Listen. I'm
We're
not
wrong
engaging in
here.
the back and
Just
forth.
serve Allah. That's all we're here to do.
I'm not engaging in this back and forth. I just like to rub things in people's face. Huh? Yeah, that's impossible.
Look, here's the thing. It's a fact that the smartest people in this class are from the female side.
That's not about that.
But here's the thing.
It's not about that.
Shit, they can never lead us in prayer. That's all I care.
Hey, I'm simply asking her about her comment today. I'm simply asking Amira about her statement yesterday, and I would like to see if she would like to reiterate it today. All right, Bismillah. Open up your Arabic books. Is that the one I asked you to do? We still haven't done 7, correct? We have not done 7, but we've done everything. 8, 9, 10. Okay, good. Let's go to 11. Good, we'll get to 7, inshallah. We're on drill 11. This is the one I asked you to do. Spend some time on. Translate the following sentences from English to Arabic with the appropriate harakatun. Number 1 says, the land is beautiful. طيب.
Al-ardu jamilatun.
Al-ardu jamilatun. Al-ard is feminine because the Arab said so. So, al-ardu. Al-ardu jamilatun. Number 2 says, this room is small. Yeah. Grant. Good. He said, هذه الغرفة صغيرة. هذه الغرفة صغيرة. This room is small. Amira, do the i'rab of هذه in this sentence.
اسمه إشارة في محل مكان مبتدأ.
Good. She said اسم إشارة. اسم إشارة في محل رفع in a position of رفع because it is the مبتدأ. رام الغرفة. مجرور run or run مشار إليه مجرور مشار إليه مجرور run or rin مشار مجرور أميرة it'd be good to hold you accountable. عبد الرحمن yeah
Sorry.
مشار إليه مرفوع مشار إليه مرفوع مشار إليه مرفوع صغيرة grant
خبر مرفوع
خبر مرفوع good number 3 says these two brothers are sleeping عبد الرحمن
الأخ
these
هذا these that
Isa these two brothers are sleeping
هذان الأخوان نائمان.
good هذان الأخوان نائمان yes
I couldn't remember the rule, when it's akhun and abun.
so we just said the rule is you simply add an extra wow
I added the extra, but why did I change it from akhun to akhawan instead of akhawan?
instead of
So the word is akhun, right?
yeah
But when I add the wow, it's
yeah you
it's
should
akhaw.
أخواني
Just
yeah
part of the rule.
yeah أب أبواني
Like if something is added to the word, the letter before the noun, the new last letter of the word takes the best part, that like.
no because like for example muslimun becomes muslimuna didn't take a fatha
But that's.
but
This is just for abun and akhun. This is
Yes,
just the
yeah.
two word
but
rule.
yeah but if we're doing like duels if we're doing duels the alif and the ya will take a fatha before it for example baytun will become bay tani and bay tani the duels do take a fatha on the last letter the last original letter will take a fatha when it becomes dual baytani baytani ذبابان ذبابين هذان الأخوان نائمان Salma, do the i'rab of هذان.
It's the مبتدأ.
Can you give me more than that?
مبتدأ في محل رفع.
في محل رفع. نور.
I say the same thing as Selma.
Say what you say. Don't say someone else's answer. Just say what you're going to say.
اسم الإشارة في محل مرفوع.
رفع.
رفع.
Done?
Yes.
Amira, you agree? No? Abdurrahman?
اسم الإشارة في محل جر.
عيسى?
Is it اسم الإشارة مرفوع?
Over here, you would just say مبتدأ مرفوع. Over here, you would say مبتدأ مرفوع. Remember, أسماء الإشارة are مبني except for the duals. هذان, هاتان, ذانك, تانك, right? Technically over here, we don't need to, or we don't use at all actually, في محل رفع, في محل نصب, or في محل جر, because the duals are actually معرب. They're under the category of معرب because they do alter, they do change. You go هذاني in the state of رفع and هذيني in the state of nasb and jar. So over here,
technically you would just also, all you would say is مبتدأ مرفوع. مبتدأ مرفوع, and that's good enough. Good. الأخوان. الأخوان عبد الرحمن.
مشار إليه مشار إليه مجرور.
Why is everything مجرور in Rama says stop, get over it مجرور.
No, sorry. نصب. Sorry.
all of them, just all of them. نصب جر, all of them.
No, رفع.
رفع خلاص. There we go. مشار إليه مرفوع. مشار إليه مرفوع. Rama, if I keep hearing مجرور, it's not gonna be good.
So for هذان, you said you just say
مبتدأ مرفوع. Yes.
But you don't have to say that it's an اسم الإشارة
No.
because it is pointing to the two brothers, right?
It
Or
is
you
an
just
اسم الإشارة, but you only use that when you're gonna say, like, yeah, when a word is مبني.
Okay.
Okay. So الأخوان مشار إليه مرفوع, right? النائمان, Grant.
خبر مرفوع.
Yeah, خبر مرفوع. خبر مرفوع. The next sentence, number 4, it says that big house is close to the masjid. Noor.
ذلك البيت الكبير قريب من المسجد.
Good. She said ذلك البيت الكبير قريب من المسجد.
Use إلى.
قريب is used with من. You hear قريب إلى sometimes, but قريب من is way more used significantly. Let's see. Selma, ذلك, what would be the i'rab of ذلك?
مبتدأ في محل رفع.
No. اسم إشارة.
اسمه oh that's right اسم الإشارة في محل رفع.
One more word, the role that is playing in the sentence.
مبتدأ.
مبتدأ. اسم إشارة في محل رفع مبتدأ. البيت. طيب.
You mean? Oh, sorry. مشار إليه. مشار إليه مرفوع.
مشار إليه مرفوع. رام الكبير صفة مرفوع. مشار قريب. خبر مرفوع. and then من المسجد is جار مجرور, and that is your متعلق بالخبر. Number 5 says that mountain is bigger. That mountain is bigger. Muhammad Fardeen. Muhammad Mardini. Somebody. Mariam Khidr.
Okay.
Go ahead. Muhammad. Mariam Khidr, go.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go quickly.
Sorry. You said number 5, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. It's ذلك الجبل.
I have alif lam and tanween, Muhammad. It's a
Huh?
in Arab.
Oh, sorry. ذلك الجبل كبير.
Bigger, not big.
أكبر.
نعم. ذلك الجبل أكبر. ذلك الجبل أكبر. مريم, number 6. Number 6.
أخواته في البناء.
أخواته في البناء. Right? أخواته في البناء. What's the other? building. What's the other, huh? Bunyan, right? So you could say أخواته في البنيان. So أخواته في, right? This is his sisters are in the building, the English, yeah. Okay. So أخواته في البناء. Grant أخواته, do the i'rab أخواته specifically.
مبتدأ مرفوع.
مبتدأ مرفوع. مبتدأ مرفوع. يا نور دهاء أخواته.
The مضاف إليه.
ضمير متصل.
Oh, so okay. ضمير متصل في محل جر مضاف إليه.
Good. ضمير متصل في محل جر مضاف إليه. ضمير متصل is an attached pronoun, position of jar. Why? Because it's the مضاف إليه. Remember, anytime an attached pronoun attaches to a noun, it's going to be مضاف إليه, right? Anytime it attaches to a ظرف, it's also going to be مضاف إليه. Anytime it attaches to a حرف جر, it's going to be the مجرور, right? And anytime it attaches to a فعل, it's going to be the مفعول به, the object of the verb. Good. And each time, depending on whether it attaches to an ism, a harf, a ظرف, or a fi'l, we will start by saying ضمير متصل. Each time, anytime it attaches, we will always address the pronoun by saying ضمير متصل, attached pronoun, في محل, in the position of, and then depending where it follows, depending where it goes. Got it? The one position that it will never be in, في محل what? Will it never use? في محل رفع. في محل رفع is never. Got it? Ever. If it's a ضمير متصل, there's never ever في محل رفع. Got it? Now, what about if it's a ضمير منفصل? If it's a ضمير منفصل, a detached pronoun, then it's always في محل رفع. Good? Easy way to remember it. Okay. Okay, and then, so Grant said أخواته مبتدأ مرفوع. نور said ها ضمير متصل في محل جر مضاف إليه. And then في is حرف جر. البناء is the مجرور جار مجرور. And في البناء, that phrase right there, Michelle, is going to be our متعلق بالخبر. Good. 7, it says your plural enemies are coming. Okay, so the enemies are plural, I guess, yeah. And then yours plural itself, and they're all coming. Let's see, Muhammad Fardeen.
Your enemies are أعداء. Do I pluralize the enemies here too?
Yes, you were right so far.
أعداؤكم قادمون.
Good. أعداؤكم قادمون.
Could you also say أعداؤك?
It says your plural. So it wants it, if it's ka, it'd just be one person, it'd be you, right? But it says in parentheses.
Oh, I didn't realize the PR meant that.
That doesn't look right. أعداؤكم قادمون. أعداؤكم قادمون. أعداء عبد الرحمن. مبتدأ مرفوع مبتدأ مرفوع رامكم ضمير متصل في محل جر مضاف إليه ميشيل قادمون يا خبر مرفوع. Eight says some of these books are old. Some of these books are old. بيان.
بعض من هذه الكتب قديمة.
One more time.
بعض من هذه الكتب
Eliminate من. You
بعض
don't.
بعض هذه الكتب قديمة.
Make it an إضافة construction. Make it all an إضافة construction. The first two words, make it an إضافة construction. Let's go. Joseph.
بعض كتبي
Yeah, you just eliminated these. Insert these in the middle.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. بعض أولئك.
No, it's books. You're on mute. You're on mute, Joseph.
Sorry. بعض تلك.
It's these. Close. They're close. They're not far.
Oh yes, there's that. هذه كتب.
بعض هذه. What type of construction?
هذه الكتب.
There we go.
قديمة.
It's books. Non-intellectual plural treated as
singular. Feminine.
Singular what?
Feminine.
Okay, so let's make it feminine. قديمة.
قديمة.
نعم بعض هذه الكتب قديمة. بعض هذه الكتب قديمة. أميرة بعض مبتدأ مرفوع. طيب هذه
اسم الإشارة في محل جر
why it's جر. why is it
مضاف إليه.
yeah. هذه اسم إشارة في محل جر مضاف إليه. DJ الكتب. عبد الكريم عبد الرحمن. one more word. مشار إليه مجرور. مشار إليه مجرور. Grant قديمة خبر مرفوع. Yeah.
So because it's from the second box, which is like
correct. Those are words. They're words. كل نفس بعض, right? But it's just many times they are used as a mudaf. They're not technically the special mudaf category. They're not dharf. They are not dharf. They are not dharf. The first box is dharf. The second box are words that are words, but they are often used as mudaf. كل, all, بعض, some, نفس. Number 9 says all of them are at the river. All of them are at the river. All of them are at the river. Yeah. Selma.
كلهم عند النهر.
كلهم عند النهر. Good. كلهم عند النهر. Yeah. It'll work. Michelle, kullu, do the i'rab of kullu. مبتدأ مرفوع مبتدأ مرفوع عيسى هم
ضمير متصل في محل جر مضاف إليه.
ضمير متصل في محل جر مضاف إليه. Attached pronoun in the position of jar and it's the مضاف إليه. عند, we would simply say عند ظرف منصوب. You could say ظرف, you simply suffice with ظرف, but ظرف منصوب. And then النهري, Grant.
مضاف إليه مجرور.
مضاف إليه مجرور. And then عند النهر collectively متعلق بالخبر.
Did you say there was منصوب?
I said ظرف منصوب, yes.
Why? Why منصوب?
Because the ظروف in general, they are منصوب. تحت, أمام, right? قبل.
I didn't know that.
Oh, so they're not مبنيون.
They are not
Therefore
مبنيون.
Sheikh, do you have to say that it's mansubun even though we know that it has to be mansub?
No, you don't have to say mansub. I mean, being very technical, but you don't have to say it.
The dharf are kind of by nature mansuban.
Most of the time they
Sometimes
appear.
they take other
right?
things, but not.
But no, we said like if it's preceded by harf jar,
Right.
right? Min indillahi. It'd be dharfun majrurun, right? Or some of them, like when they don't appear as a mudaf, right? Then min qablu wa min ba'du. In that context, they become mabni. In that context, when they're not coming as a mudaf, then they become mabni. 10, is it 10, right? Those people are servants of Allah. Those people are servants of Allah. Muhammad Fardeen. Muhammad Fardeen. Those people are servants of Allah. Muhammad Mardini. Maryam Khidr. Those people are servants of Allah. Noor. Those people are servants of Allah. I'm trying to see how many people I can call them.
أولئك الناس عباد الله.
نعم. أولئك الناس عباد الله. أولئك الناس عباد الله. By the way, this part should not be higher. It's just a bad writing habit. That when I write it, it goes up like that. That should not be like that. See how like the kaf is lower and the lam and the alif are higher? It's just a bad writing habit.
So the word for a servant is ibadun.
Ibadun.
So what's the singular of it?
Abdun.
Abdun, ibadun.
So abdun can be slave and it can be servant.
Okay. I put abidullahi.
Servants.
Like abiduna, and then I took out
the worshiping. That's worshiping. That's worshiping. So this would be ulaika. Ulaika. We address it by calling it a اسم إشارة مبني اسم إشارة في محل رفع اسم إشارة في محل رفع مبتدأ right الناس مشار إليه مرفوع عباد خبر مرفوع and then Allah we refer to it as لفظ الجلالة the word of majesty مضاف إليه مجرور. Good.
Would that have like respect before you say it? You say it like that?
Yeah, instead of saying the word Allah is majrurun, because if you do that, like for example, we said ibadu marfu'un, or sorry, we said ibadu khabarun marfu'un, right? And then naturally, what would then be next to you? Say Allah mudafun ilay majrurun, which can be understood as if you're saying Allah is majrurun, or Allah is marfu'un, or Allah is mansubun. Like the actual being, the actual entity, right? So to kind of avoid even that, even though that's not intended, like to give respect to the name of Allah and to give it reference, instead of saying Allah is mansub or majroor, you say lafzul jalala, the word of majesty, which is the word Allah, is majroorun or mansubun or majroorun. 11. All of the children are eating. Michelle, all of the children are eating. That's مضاف إليه. كل الأطفال. Yeah, كل الأطفال, or you could use كل الأولاد, right? كل الأطفال كل الأولاد. What was the last word? نعم. كل الأطفال كل الأولاد آكلون. Twelve says, we are closer to the water than them. We are closer to the water than them. Abdurrahman? Yeah. No. Okay, sure. Go closer to the water than them. Put to the water first. Good. نحن أقرب إلى الماء منهم. نحن أقرب إلى الماء منهم. As opposed to saying نحن أقرب منهم إلى الماء. Right? Like, because if you say نحن أقرب منهم first, that would mean we are closer to them. We are closer to them, to the water. Like, it becomes confusing. So you say we are closer to the water than them.
How did you go from قريبون to أقرب?
Closer. So it's close is قريب. Closer is upon the pattern of أفعل. Like, so bigger, أكبر. Further would be أبعد, and closer would be أقرب.
قريبون is not a thing.
قريبون is...
نحن قريبون?
No.
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 No?
You wouldn't pluralize that.
But then for قريب, you always use min. Don't use إلى.
Correct. It's much more common to use min. Like, for example, another example. In the Quran, Allah says, نحن أقرب إليه. We are closer to him من حبل الوريد. Then حبل الوريد, حبل literally means like a rope or a string, and حبل الوريد over here refers to the jugular vein. Right? So نحن أقرب إليه, we are closer to him من حبل الوريد, than the jugular vein. This one was نحن أقرب إلى الماء منهم. نحن.
So then them is minhum.
Correct.
Not عليهم.
No.
Would it be incorrect to say نحن أقرب من الماء منهم?
That would be too much usage of min.
Okay.
نحن أقرب. Yeah. Really quickly, نحن أقرب إلى الماء منهم. راما نحن. Try again. Try again. نعم. ضمير منفصل. What is it? A detached pronoun في محل رفع مبتدأ. أقرب DJ. خبر مرفوع إلى الماء, that's a جار مجرور, and منهم is also a جار مجرور, and both of those are متعلق بالخبر. 13. Yes.
Do you have to say متعلق بالخبر twice, or just one right there?
Technically twice. 13. All of your books are great. All of your books are great. Muhammad Mardini.
كل كل كالكتب كتب عظيم.
What?
Oh, wait, hold on. كل كالكتب عظيم.
Oh, what?
عظيم.
What do you say? Kullu kel, what?
I don't know. That is.
I'm
Wait.
hearing like the word kelb in the middle, but I know you're not saying that. You guys
I
hearing it?
don't.
There, but not there. All of your books.
Isn't. Okay, I don't know then. I don't know.
Oh, I know what you're adding. You're adding a pronoun to the word books, and you're adding the alif lam. Don't do that.
You add it to the front end.
Yeah.
Wait, so you want to add the. It's a calf, right? You add that, right?
At the end of the word, yes.
Yeah, but you add it to kullu or kutubun.
Get at the end of Hulu.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, kullu
Abdurrahman, all of your books.
كل كتبي
Uh-huh. We're talking about a whole bunch of books. Singular feminine. عظيمة. كل كتبك عظيمة. كل كتبك عظيمة.
Use
That was my second answer.
I was trying to wait for it. Huh?
Use kabira.
Great. No, we don't.
Kullu kutubika can't be like all put together. Sometimes we attach words to kullu.
No. You only attach pronouns to kullu. So this should be kullu kutubika عظيمة. Grant kullu مبتدأ مرفوع. Michelle kutubi. Tell me the state it's in. مجرور. مضاف إليه مجرور. Good. محمد فردين, the calf.
ضمير متصل في محل جر.
Keep going.
مضاف إليه.
There we go. ضمير متصل في محل جر مضاف إليه. عظيمة. طيب. خبر مرفوع. 14 says Fatima is beautiful. Yeah, DJ. One more time. فاطمة جميلة. Right? The word Fatima is ممنوع من الصرف, so it's only going to take one ضمة.
My apologies, Sheikh. I got internet problems, so I kept getting out of the room.
No problem. 15 says Ahmed and Kareem are pure. Ahmed and Kareem are pure. Not pure, like it wants good. Ahmed and Kareem are good. Okay. Joseph.
Ahmed wa Kareem طيباني.
Put vowel signs at the end of both of their names.
Is it Ahmedu Kareemu? طيباني. Is it Ahmedu?
Ahmedu, that is correct. And?
Wa Kareemu.
No, see, Kareem, this is munsarif.
Oh, okay. So Kareem.
Kareemun.
Kareemun.
It's fully flexible. So Kareemun. So Ahmedu wa Kareemun.
Ahmedu wa Kareemun. طيباني.
طيباني. Good.
So you're saying Ahmed is tayyib. So we're pretty much
No.
same.
أعوذ بالله. You know the comments sometimes I want to say I really have to hold back. So if you see me smiling and quiet, just know that I'm thinking of something mean. 16 says, we did this one. Aisha and Zainab are knowledgeable, right? We said Aisha wa Zainabu alimatani. By the way, when you're trying, I tried to avoid it. I used to do it, but then students would get like when you're writing fast, or when you're trying to write fast, right? Instead of doing 3 dots, just go like that. Yeah. And when you're trying to do 2 dots, just go like that. Okay. Yeah. I tried to avoid it. I used to always do it, but I try to avoid it in first year at least. But yeah, it is quicker, it saves time. These doors of the house, these doors of the house are big. These doors of the house are big. Selma.
أبواب البيت تلك كبيرة.
The second word had issues.
أبواب البيت تلك.
What kind of construction is that?
Sorry, البيت.
So أبواب again.
البيت تلك.
It's these. It's قريب.
Are we assuming? Okay, so we're assuming that it's just هذه. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
كبيرة.
نعم. أبواب البيت هذه كبيرة. Right. Once again, here you're pointing at an إضافة construction. You're pointing at an إضافة construction. So the اسم الإشارة will come after the إضافة construction. Good. $18 says, those are generous people. Those are generous people. For generous and people, it wants you to use 2 separate words as opposed to just using 1 word. Okay. Those are generous people. Grant. What was the last word? Kurama'u. So you can use nasun and you can use unasun. Both are fine, right? Ulaika nasun kurama'u, ulaika unasun kurama'u. DJ, you have a question? No? No. Ulaika unasun or nasun kurama'u.
Can you use أولئك أناس كرام?
Can you use kiramun?
Yes, Chef.
Yeah, you can use kiramun. Kiramun is another plural. Kiramun, yes. What?
I have a question.
Really before that. أولئك يا طيب يا رب.
أولئك اسم الإشارة في محل رفع مبتدأ.
أناس يا DJ. خبر مرفوع ميشيل كرماء. There's no حرف جر. What's كرماء mean? Yeah.
Oh.
What's it mean? Okay, and who's generous? صفة مرفوع. What was your question?
What am I saying if I wrote أولئك هم الناس الكرماء?
I don't know what you're saying. أولئك هم
الناس الكرماء.
أولئك هم الناس الكرماء. You could insert like the ضمير منفصل here, the ضمير فصل over here. أولئك هم
الناس الكرماء.
No, but you would make it nakira. You would make it nakira. أولئك هم ناس الكرماء.
For 17, why did Hadi come after al-Bayti?
Because whenever you're pointing at an idafa construction, so you have a mudaf and a mudaf ilayh and you're trying to point to it, then that is that one instance where you'll basically put your mudaf ilayh and then put your ism al-ishara at the end. Generally, when you're pointing, use the ism al-ishara first and then whatever it is that you're pointing at. Yes.
I think I put home because I thought it said the generous people. So if you were writing the generous people, do you have to put the home? Otherwise, it would look like
Those are
the
yes. Then you would say ulaika hum. Yeah. Then you would use the hum. Those are the generous people. 19, I think we did. I think Abdurrahman, you did it, which was that is his new wolf. Yeah, as Amira said, as opposed to his old wolf. Do you have a question?
For 17, like, if we were describing the doors as, if we were describing the doors as like beautiful or something, would that come after Hadi or before?
Before Hadi.
And if it was describing the bait, it would also come before.
Correct.
Okay.
Because if we put it after Hadihi, then it would begin to look like the Musharun ilayh.
Yeah. So the sifa and the mawsuf, nothing comes in between.
The sifa and the mawsuf, nothing comes between them. A mudaf ilayh could come between them.
Okay.
So generally, yes, a sifa and mawsuf come right after another, but a mudaf, let's say we're trying to describe the mudaf and has a mudaf ilayh, the mudaf ilayh will come. Then the sifa will come, right? But let's just forget that sentence. But let's say I'm trying to describe I'm trying to say the big doors of the house. The big doors of the house are beautiful. The big doors of the house are beautiful. Okay. So my idafa construction is doors of the house. Its sifa is that they are big. Right? Not the house, but rather the doors. So I would say abwabul bayti al-kabiratu. Abwabul bayti al-kabiratu. So here you have the sifa al-kabira, but it got separated by the mudafun ilayh. Right? I said, for example, jamilatun.
This might be crazy, but what about like the big doors of the big house?
The big doors of the big house.
Or like whatever big city. Yeah, whatever I asked you.
The big doors of it's Thursday, you're gonna make me think about it. The big doors of the big house, right? You could over here, what you could do is you could like use a harf jar, right? You could, for example, say, what was it? The big doors
of the big house.
Yeah, so like al-abwab al-kabira lil-bayt al-kabir, like showing possession here. You could go show possession here. That would be like probably your best way out. Clear? Abwab al-kabira lil-bayt al-kabir.
Oh, instead of creating another idafa construction, you just give it possession.
Yeah.
So you could do that all the way to the big city of the big country of the big world. You can just put it all the way to the end, right?
It's just gonna end up looking really weird. I mean, once again, right? Think about it. In English, you don't talk like that, right? Like that many. The first one, okay, maybe, right? But like, you know, but you might say the big doors of the big house, but even that in English is very rare to say something like that. These two sisters of yours are studying. These two sisters of yours are studying. The yours over here, is it supposed to be? Let's treat yours as plural. Yeah, these two sisters of yours. No.
English
No.
is more like singular.
Singular? Okay. Okay, let's treat it as singular. Let's treat it as singular. Yeah. Amira, these two sisters of yours are studying. She said, أختاك هاتان دارستان, right? Because it's two sisters and they're your sisters. That's an idafa construction. And we're trying to point, huh?
So that's why she
Yes, she dropped the noon because anytime we have a dual word or jam'a mudhakkar salim word and it's acting as a mudaf, we have to drop the noon. We have to go from heavy to light. So she said, أختاك. It's originally أختاني plus the kaf. So she said, أختاك, right? Idafa construction comes first. We're pointing at it, so the ism al-ishara will come next. هاتاني. And then the khabar, دارسة تاني. أختاك هاتان دارسة تاني. What's that other one I wanted to do? Okay. We still haven't done 7, right? But everything else we've done up until 10? Okay. We'll get to. I feel like doing another transition. Okay. Look at 11.3. 11.3. Once again, this is stuff that I think for the most part you've learned, right? It's just phrasing it in a different manner. It says إعراب الجملة الإسمية. إعراب الجملة الإسمية, which means grammatical labeling of a nominal sentence. إعراب الجملة الإسمية. What page is this?
133.
133. إعراب الجملة الإسمية, grammatical labeling of a nominal sentence. When it comes to grammatical labeling or i'rab, we use 2-level labeling system. These 2 levels are, this is all, yeah, his own terminology. Number 1, sentence level labels, also known as macro i'rab, no such thing. Number 2, fragment level labels, also known as micro i'rab, no such thing. Think of sentence level labels as buckets that contain words or fragments inside of them. Sentence level labels are higher level labels that deal with parts of a sentence on a larger scale. Pause for a second. You know how we've done give me a mudaf construction. قلم الأستاذ جديد, right? قلم الأستاذ جديد. The teacher's pen is new, right? Amira has asked me on about 3 different occasions. قلم الأستاذ, that entire phrase, do we call that entire thing mubtada, or do we just call the first word mubtada? Yeah, about 3 different times, right? And I said, if you zoom out, قلم الأستاذ, the entire thing is the macro, right? That's mubtada. Jadidun is the khabar. We zoom in, qalam is mubtada, ustad is mudafun ilay, right? Okay, so he says, sentence level labels are higher level labels that deal with the parts of a sentence on a larger scale. Fragment level labels are used to further dissect the sentence level material. Okay, don't look at the English sentences. Wallahi, English sentences, doing i'rab of English sentences, yani it just ruins the mind. It's like من كيد الشيطان. فإن كيد الشيطان كان ضعيفا. Thoughts of shaitan are weak, huh? Wallahi, I absolutely hate in this book when they get an English sentence and they do the i'rab of it. Because students understand a concept and they look at this and it like reverses the process. And I'm like, no, a'udhu billah. A'udhu billah min ash-shaytan wa min hadha. Rather than thinking of these 2 types of labels as separate systems, think of them as 2 levels of the same system. The inner workings of this system will become clear as we move through the chapter. Wallahi, yani, like the more you read, the more English, it's unnecessary. Sentence level labels, I'm just going to read the Arabic. Number 1, al-mubtada. Number 2, al-khabar. Number 3, al-muta'alliq bil-khabar. You know this stuff. There's no reason for all of this English now. Okay? I'll just read through. Every jumlatun ismiyatun must have a part before is mubtada and a part after is khabar. This means that it must have a mubtada and either a khabar or muta'alliq bil-khabar. It may have both a khabar and a muta'alliq bil-khabar, which you've taken before, right? Take a look at the following examples. The mubtada is underlined once, the khabar twice, and the muta'alliq bil khabar is underlined with a wavy line. He's gone through this before. This is rehashing it out. Inna salataka sakanun lahum. Indeed, or certainly your prayer is sakanun, is a relief lahum, for them. Salata ismu inna. Kaf mudafun ilay. Sakanun khabar of inna, lahum muta'alliq bil khabar. Good. وَهُوَ خَيْرُ الْحَاكِمِينَ. He is the best of judges. Huwa is the mubtada in that role. Khayru is the khabar. Al-hakimin is the mudafun ilay. Inna abana lafi dalalin mubin. Inna abana lafi dalalin mubin. Inna, it's called what? Harfu nasbin. Aba is the ism of inna. What state is aba in, Michelle? Nasbun, and it's showing that through the alif, because it's from what category of words? DJ? The al-asma'ul khamsa. Abun, akhun, hamun, famun, dhu, right? The na is the mudafun ilay. Lafi, right, is what do you call it? Lafi is the lam is emphasis, fi is harfu jar, dalalin is the majroor, and mubin is the sifa, right? Indeed, our father is in clear error. Okay, it's gonna literally hash through. We're not about that. It's literally everything we just did. It did it in the. Can you use macro and micro? The micro, right? In the micro, we just did the micro. Honestly, if you know the micro, who cares about the macro? Yeah. If you know the macro is irrelevant. Okay. Drill 12. Theory review. The 3 parts of a jumlatun ismiyatun. Sorry, 11. We did 11. Yeah. Okay. The 3 parts of jumlatun ismiyatun are, DJ? The 3 parts of a jumlatun ismiyatun are khabarun, mubtada'un, khabarun, muta'alliq bil khabar. The blank is used to initiate the conversation. Ya Rama. Pick one of those 3 parts. Yeah, the mubtada, this is subject. The subject is used to initiate the conversation. Its type, its ism, is usually proper, and its default status is, Amira, marfu'un. But it can also be nasbun, if preceded by a harfun nasb. Now, technically, you could argue that's incorrect because it's no longer called the mubtada at that point. Okay, but it's really dumbing things down. Number 3, it says the blank is the after is. Tayyib. The khabarun. Its default status is marfu'un. Number 4, the 3rd part, the grant, can be one of 2 things. Harfun majrur. Yeah, harfu, or you could just say jarun majroor, or yeah, special mudaf. Yeah, dharf. Yeah. So it can be one of 2 things. One is jarun majroorun, right? The harfu jar followed by the word after it, or the word that's connected to, and the special mudaf.
Kullun, etc., etc. She's talking about the last part.
that's not going to fall into متعلق بالخبر.
Oh, it's not.
No.
So
Only the
Yeah.
actual verb box, not the
Yes.
six on the bottom.
Yes.
Those don't act as mudaf.
Those are asma. Those are nouns. بعض كل نفس whatever else مثل, right? مثل. Those are nouns. Those are nouns, right? We go كل كلا كل. The reason that they were there was that many times they appear as a mudaf, not a special mudaf. They appear as a mudaf. That's why they were there.
The other are special mudaf.
Special mudaf. A jumlatun ismiyatun must always have a mubtada'un. It also needs either a khabarun or a muta'alliqun bil khabar. Okay. Drill 13 says underline the mubtada'un once, the khabarun twice, and the muta'alliqun bil khabar 3 times. Rama, read number 1. أولئك أصحاب النار. Identify. What do you have there? Each term. أولئك is the mubtada'un. Yeah, we'll skip the, just tell me, label it. مضاف إليه. We'll see if your answers get better as Amira steps out, huh?
So the whole thing is a khabar.
Yeah. No, there's no متعلق بالخبر here. There is no متعلق بالخبر here. There's no jar and majroor, and there's no special mudaf.
The whole idafah construction is a khabar.
Yeah. But I just want to, we're doing it on a micro level. I want to do it on a micro level. Okay. Be very clear. I want to do it on a micro level. There's no reason to do it on a macro level. Okay. The exercise wants you to do it on a macro level. You understand that? أولئك is the mubtada, أصحاب is the khabar, and النار is the مضاف إليه.
Okay, so you don't want us to underline that like the macro.
Forget the exercise.
Okay, for sure.
I want to do it on a micro level. Okay. I want to do it on a micro level. The exercise technically is asking you to do it on a macro level.
Yeah.
Even if you follow the exercise in terms of underlining whatever it is, that's fine. I don't care. But just know, أولئك is the mubtada, أصحاب is the khabar, and النار is the مضاف إليه. No, it has to be a jar majroor or special mudaf. Yes. Okay. And أولئك أصحاب النار means those are the companions of the fire, or those are the people of the fire. Number 2, عبد الرحمن اقرأ. نعم. I want micro.
Yeah. كأن is the حرف نصب.
Yeah, كأن is the حرف نصب. Good. Just give me the short version. No مضاف إليه. No. Okay. You didn't give me what it is. What role is it playing? Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want right now. Okay. So كأن is the حرف نصب. Hum is playing the role of اسم كأن, right? بنيان. There's no mubtada. It is a mawsuf, but it's playing a more important role. Yeah, the khabar. And then marsus is the sifatun. Let's try that again, Abdurrahman. كأن is the, hum is the ism of كأن, bunyanun is the khabarun marfu'un, and marsusun is the sifatun marfu'un. There is no mubtada, because anytime you have inna wa akhawatuha, the right mubtada gets eliminated. كأنهم بنيان مرصوص means as if they are bunyanun, a building that is marsus, that is like firmly joined together, that is like very, very like compacted and close knit. Number 3, Salma, read it.
أنا التواب الرحيم. أنا would be the مبتدأ,
أنا would be the مبتدأ.
تواب الرحيم is the خبر.
Two separate خبرs.
Two separate خبرs.
So أنا would be the مبتدأ. التواب is خبر number 1 and الرحيم is خبر number 2. Right? أنا means I am. التواب, the one who accepts repentance. الرحيم, the merciful. Number 4, Isa. You're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah. هذا صراط ربك.
هذا
هذا
صراط
is the هذا is the مبتدأ. صراط is the خبر. ربي is مضاف إليه. And then the kaf is also a مضاف إليه.
Yeah, just the only thing I would add when you get to that, Rabbi say mudafun ilay, plus in this context, add that it's the mudafun. Generally, we don't mention something that's the mudafun, except when it's playing that double role. When it plays the double role, say it's a mudafun ilay and a mudafun. Right? Generally, something's just a mudaf, and it's not playing the role of that double role, we won't mention it's mudaf because it's playing a more important role. But if it's mudafun ilay and mudaf, then mention it. So, هذا صراط ربك, he said هذا is the mubtada. Siratu is the khabar. Yeah, we're not like it's the ismu ishara. We're not doing that right now. But yes, ismu ishara fi mahalli raf'in mubtada, right? Hada is playing the role of the mubtada. Siratu is the khabar. Rabbi is a mudafun ilay and a mudafun, and the kaf is in the position of the mudafun ilay. The meaning, hada siratu rabbik, this is the path of your Lord. This is the path of your Lord. Question? No? 5, Noor.
إنه لقول رسول كريم.
إنه لقول رسول كريم. Go ahead. Each word.
إن is the حرف نصب. The ha that's attached is the مضاف إليه.
Yeah, Noor. It's attached to inna. It's not going to be.
Oh, اسمه إن. Sorry.
اسمه إنه.
لقول is the خبر of إن. رسول رسول.
Look how things change states. It went from raf to jar within 2 words. That's only one possible answer why it did that.
رسول مضاف إليه.
Correct.
And then كريم is the صفة.
Good. She said inna is the harf al-nasb. The ha is in the position of the ism of inna. La qawlu, the lam is emphasis right there. Qawlu is khabaru inna. Rasulin is mudafun ilayh. And karimin is sifa of rasul. Innahu, indeed it is, or certainly it is. La qawlu rasulin karimin, a statement of a noble messenger. A statement of a noble messenger, or like a statement of a noble messenger. Number 6. Yeah, Muhammad Fardeen.
نحن أقرب إليه من حبل الوريد.
نحن أقرب إليه من حبل الوريد. Go ahead. نحن.
نحن ضمير منفصل مبتدأ.
منفصل في محل رفع مبتدأ.
في محل رفع.
ضمير منفصل في محل رفع. What we care about is that it's in the role or position of مبتدأ. Continue. أقرب.
أقرب خبر.
خبر. Okay. And then إليه is going to get labeled as.
إليه, is this ظرف here? إليه ظرف. Okay, إلى حرف جر.
Yeah, so إليه, all of that gives us the what?
Okay, جار مضاف إضافة construction. So.
Yeah.
No. Sorry. جار ومجرور. Okay.
Yeah, which gives us the what?
متعلق بالخبر.
There we go. And then من حبل الوريد, من حرف جر, حبلي is the مجرور, and الوريد is the مضاف إليه. And then من حبل الوريد is a second what? متعلق بالخبر. Good. So نحن is in the role of the مبتدأ. أقرب in the role of the خبر. إليه, which is composed of إلى and the attached pronoun that gives us a متعلق بالخبر. من is a حرف جر. حبلي is a مجرور, and الوريد is the مضاف إليه. من حبل الوريد is a second متعلق بالخبر. Are you selling them?
Yeah.
What'd you say? Amir is selling pills, guys. Just I do not get any profit. Number seven. Yeah, DJ. So, oh, sorry, number six. نحن أقرب إليه من حبل الوريد. We are closer to him than the jugular vein. Okay, هو على صراط مستقيم. Go ahead. هو is in the role of the what? مبتدأ. على is called a حرف جر. صراط is the مجرور. The jar is the على. صراط is مجرور. مستقيم is the صراط مستقيم. صفة. It's describing the صراط, right? هو على صراط مستقيم. He is upon a straight path. هو مبتدأ على حرف جر صراط مجرور مستقيم صفة. على صراط مستقيم. All of that is the متعلق بالخبر. طيب, number 8.
إن المنافقين في الدرك الأسفل من النار.
Good. إن المنافقين في الدرك الأسفل من النار. إن
is the حرف نصب.
إن is the حرف نصب. المنافقين is the
المنافقين is the اسم of إن.
اسم of إن is clearly in a state of نصب through the ya because it's a جمع المذكر السالم. Good. في is called a
حرف جر.
Yeah, حرف جر or a جار, both work. الدركي
is the مجرور.
الأسفل
is the
في الدرك الأسفل. في الدرك الأسفل.
It's a صفة.
صفة of درك. Good. And في الدرك الأسفل, that gives us a and then min is a
min is the مجرور حرف جر.
and النار is a مجرور. And min النار gives us another. Good. So we have إن حرف نصب. المنافقين اسم ذنة. في الدرك الأسفل متعلق بالخبر. من النار also متعلق بالخبر. Indeed, the hypocrites في الدرك الأسفل are in the lowest level من النار of the hellfire. They say that that Jannah has darajat, plural of daraja. Okay, Jannah has darajat, which are ranks that go up, and Jahannam has what they call darakat. Darakat are levels that go downwards. Clear? So they're both levels, but darajat go up, darakat go clear. Good, like your grades, darakat. Number nine, Salma.
الحياة الدنيا لعب ولهو.
الحياة الدنيا لعب ولهو. Go ahead. الحياة
is the مبتدأ.
مبتدأ. الدنيا
is it the خبر في محل
الحياة الدنيا.
الدنيا. That's a صفة.
There we go. Something about when I say it like that. الدنيا صفة. So الحياة مبتدأ. الدنيا صفة. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
لعب خبر.
لعب خبر. Wow is called
واو العطف.
واو العطف وحرف العطف. And لهو we would call it معطوف على لعب. It's معطوف, it's connected على لعب, it's connected to the word لعب, right? And الحياة الدنيا, the worldly life, is لعب, it's play or amusement, ولهو, and like distraction. So الحياة الدنيا, the worldly life, is play / amusement, ولهو, and distraction. After that, Bayan, number 10.
وهذا لسان.
Sorry, the Arab, didn't we just do that?
I don't think so. We just translated it.
She just did it. She did. Yeah. الحياة مبتدأ. الدنيا صفة. لعب خبر. واو حرف عطف. لهو, we said, المعطوف على لعب. connected to. Yeah. Bayan 10.
وهذا لسان عربي مبين.
Okay, go ahead.
وهذا is the مبتدأ.
Yeah, specifically هذا. Okay, لسان.
خبر.
خبر. Good.
And then عربي مبين. I think it's the متعلق بالخبر, like.
There's no جار مجرور. There's no special مضاف. Don't use متعلق بالخبر. لسان عربي. جوزيف. عربي.
خبره.
لسان عربي. لسان is the خبر.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. صفة.
صفة and مبين is another.
صفة.
صفة. Right? لسان خبر عربي صفة مبين صفة. وهذا لسان عربي مبين. And this meaning the Quran is لسان عربي مبين. It's in like clear Arabic language. Lisan over here it refers to language. And this meaning the Quran is in clear Arabic language.
I have a question. I was looking at number 9 again, Hayata Dunya. Because it's Sifa construction as opposed to Idafa, does that change the meaning or like the connotation?
So there are some what was the one yesterday? There's some mawsuf sifa that when they get translated in English, they sound like an Idafa construction. So we learned mudaf alayh before of, after of, right? Which generally works. And then what we mentioned about mawsuf sifa, right? But sometimes there are certain phrases that they just translate as idafa constructions when you translate them into English, right? But in reality, al-hayatu dunya, right, is the worldly life. You can, right? As opposed to saying the world of this life, you can just say al-hayatu dunya, the worldly life, right? In that sense, you are describing the life as being worldly. Make sense? And it's not the world of this life. Okay, 11, Grant.
هو إله واحد.
هو إله واحد. He is one God. هو is the مبتدأ. إله is the خبر. واحد is the صفة. هو إله واحد. Right? هو is the مبتدأ. إله is the خبر. واحد is the صفة. Number 12. عبد الكريم. Read the whole thing first. ذلك جزاء المحسنين. ذلك you said is the, what role is the اسم الإشارة playing? What role is it playing? What's the grammatical label of it? DJ? مبتدأ. ذلك is the مبتدأ. DJ جزاء is the خبر. And المحسنين is the جزاء المحسنين. No, جزاء المحسنين. What is it, Michelle? المحسنين is the, guys, nakira word followed by ma'rifa word. Huh? مضاف إليه. مضاف إليه. ذلك جزاء المحسنين. That is the reward of those who do good. That is the reward of those who do good. It's 11:40. Take a 10-minute break and then we'll go for a bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's
more. Okay, fair. Take a break. I thought actually we were done.
Why
But take a break. Go ahead.
Why is it not Raf'un? Jaza'un? Jaza'u?
Huh?
Al-Muhsinin.
Yeah, it's
Why is
مضاف
it-
إليه.
I thought it was Sifa. Mudaf.
All right, Bismillah, let's continue. That same exercise that we were doing, drill 13, there's about 6 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 left. Let's see. Isa, do number 13.
إن هذا لساحر عليم.
Okay, go ahead, label everything.
إن is حرف نصب. هذا is مبتدأ.
Not mubtada.
ساحر.
Not mubtada, Isa.
Oh, sorry, it's اسم إن. ساحر is خبر إن. عليم is صفة.
Good. He said, Inna hada lasahirun alim, which means indeed this is a knowledgeable magician. Indeed, this is a knowledgeable magician. Inna is harf nasb, hada is the ism of inna, lasahirun is the khabar, and alimun is a sifa.
Is the khabar gonna be nakira most of the time?
Yes, almost all the time.
Almost all the time. So that's one of the gives. If you see alif lam, no khabar.
Almost. Number 14. Number 14, Maryam Khidr. Number 14, Noor.
الأنفال لله والرسول.
Al-anfalu lillahi wal rasuli, which means al-anfal are the spoils of war. So the spoils of war are for Allah and the Messenger. Go ahead.
الأنفال is the مبتدأ. لله is متعلق بالخبر.
Yeah, lillahi is made up of lam, harfu jar, and the word Allah, it's a jarun majroor, so it's a muta'alliq bil khabar. The waw is called
واو العطف.
waw al-atf or harf al-atf, and ar-rasul is ma'tuf ala Allah. It's connected to the word Allah. It's connected to the word Allah. Good. Okay. Number 15. Number 15. Yeah. Abdurrahman. Read the entire thing. Inna kaydi mateen. Allah says, indeed my kaid, indeed my plan is mateen. It's firm. Indeed my plan is mateenun. It's firm. Go ahead. Inna is harfu nasbin.
And kaydi is going to be
Inna is harfu nasb. Yeah. So specifically the word kaid is the ism of inna. And then the attached pronoun, which is called the ya al-mutakallim, the ya of the one that is speaking, right? That is the mudafun ilay. So inna is harfu nasb, kaid is the ism of inna, and the attached pronoun, the ya al-mutakallim, is the mudafun ilay, and matinun is the khabar. Good. Khabarun marfu'un. Go ahead, Grant, the next one. Inni ma'akum. Indeed, I am with all of you. Go ahead.
Inna is the harf nasb.
Inna is the harfu nasb.
The ya is the ism inna.
Yeah, the ya, which is called the ya mutakallim, is in the place of the ism of inna, and
The ma'akum is the muta'alliqun bil khabar.
good. Ma'akum is the muta'alliq bil khabar because you have a dharf with its mudafun ilay, which is the kum. All of that gives you the muta'alliqun bil khabar. Muhammad Wardini, 17.
هذا بلاغ للناس.
هذا بلاغ للناس. This is an announcement, a conveyance for mankind. Go ahead.
هذا is the مبتدأ.
هذا is the مبتدأ.
بلاغ is the خبر.
بلاغ is the khabar, and للناس, which is a jar majrur, is the
is it the مضاف إليه?
لا jar majrur will give you
okay. So it's the jar and majrur,
which will give you what? مبتدأ khabar. What's the third part?
متعلق بالخبر.
متعلق بالخبر. And 18, Salma.
هما في الغار. هما would be the مبتدأ, and في الغار is the متعلق بالخبر.
Good. She said huma is the mubtada. Huma is the mubtada, and في الغار is the متعلق بالخبر. هما في الغار, both of them are in the cave. Okay. Drill 14. Drill 14. It says place all the harakat on the following sentences, then translate from Arabic to English. Go ahead. I'll give you a few minutes. Do what you can of it. Place the harakat, right? Do that first. Go 1 through 12. Place the harakat, and then translate at the end, unless you know the translation off the top of your head. All right, let's look at it. Let's see what we got. Number 1, طيب.
ذلك من فضل الله عليكم عليكم. Oh, it's only with the have. Like if
Yeah. Kum doesn't change.
Yeah.
ذلك من فضل الله عليكم. ذلك من فضل الله عليكم, which means طيب.
ذلك is that min fadlillahi.
So that is from
the favors of Allah alaykum upon
all of you.
all.
Yeah. So that is from the bounty or the favor of Allah upon all of you. ذلك من فضل الله عليكم. That is from the favor or the bounty of Allah upon all of you. Number 2, Grant.
إن ابنها الكبيرة في المدينة.
One more time. Good. It was right.
إن ابنها الكبيرة في المدينة.
نعم. He said إن ابنها الكبيرة في المدينة. Which means
Verily, her big son, or older son.
Yeah, eldest. You could use eldest son, big son.
Is in the city.
Yeah, indeed, her. The idea here, Ibn al-Kabir, her eldest son, or her older son, is in the city. Number 3, Abdurrahman. One more time. هم أعداء الله ورسوله. هم أعداء الله ورسوله, which means
They are
all the enemies of Allah and His Messenger. Good. Number 4, Michelle. One more time. What type of phrase is Anharul Medina? أنهار المدينة عظيمة. أنهار المدينة عظيمة, which means نهر أنهار. It's time for a vocab test. When? The rivers of the city. Yeah, the rivers of the city are great. The rivers of the city are great. Bayan, number 5.
Allahu Rabbuna wa Rabbukum.
Which Allahu Rabbuna wa Rabbukum. Good, which means
Allah is our Lord and your Lord.
Allah is our Lord and your Lord. Salma, 6.
خير الأعمال الحسنات.
خير الأعمال الحسنات, which means
the best actions are the good ones.
Yeah, the best actions are the good deeds. The best actions are the good deeds. This is one of those situations where Tayyib asked, he said the khabar is nakira. I said generally it is nakira, but not always. This would be one of the examples where the khabar is not nakira. The best of actions are al-hasanat, the good deeds. Yes, Tayyib.
For number 4, how would you say the great rivers of the city? Would you put al-azimu?
The great rivers of the city?
Yeah.
I would say Anharul Madinatil Azimatu Azimatun. Or sorry. No. That's just the phrase, right?
Yeah, so you just change Azimatun to al-azimatu, right?
Al-Azimatu, yes. Yeah.
You go over number 6 again.
Khairul A'mali al-Hasanatu. We said that generally the khabar is nakira, but sometimes it may be to emphasize a point, it may be ma'rifah. And this is an example. So khairul a'mal, the best of actions or the best of deeds are al-hasanatu, the good deeds.
The first 2 words are in the construction.
Correct.
And the last one is
the khabar.
Two.
Yes. Khairul a'mali al-hasanatu. Number 7. Yeah. Muhammad Fardeen.
Number 7. هذا أكبر بناء في المدينة.
You skipped a word.
Oh, did I? هذا أكبر بناء في هذه المدينة.
نعم. هذا أكبر بناء. هذا أكبر بناء في هذه المدينة, which means
this is a bigger building.
this is the biggest.
Oh, sorry. This is the biggest building in the city. In this city.
نعم. This is the biggest building in this city. This is the biggest building in this city. هذا is the مبتدأ. أكبر is the خبر. بناء is a مضاف إليه. في هذه المدينة is a متعلق بالخبر. Yes. Because we said that the مضاف إليه doesn't have to be معرفة. It can be nakira, right?
That's the biggest.
Because the ism al-ishara over here. You get what I'm saying? The ism al-ishara is making it ma'rifah. Like you can't, there's no other way that you can translate it. This is a biggest building. Doesn't make sense. Yes.
So when you have a word like akbaru as the mudafun, it makes it the great, like
The
superlative,
biggest,
I guess?
yes. Anything on the pattern of af'alu.
If it's mudafun, it makes the mudafun ilay, whatever that is. So akbaru, whatever other word. Akbaru, the mudafun ilay takes that to the greatest degree, like.
Yes. Right.
Now I'm a little bit confused on number 7 now.
Uh-oh.
So هذا أكبر is an idafa construction?
No. أكبر بناء is an idafa construction.
I misheard. I
No.
was wondering.
هذا is a مضاف.
Yeah.
هذا is a مبتدأ. أكبر is the خبر. بناء is the مضاف إليه.
So what was Amira's question? Why wasn't what not ready?
Oh, she asked why is the word bina not ma'rifah? When most of our idafa constructions, the mudafun ilayh has come as ma'rifah. Then I said that, look, we said that generally a lot of times, most of the times the mudafun ilayh will come ma'rifah, but it doesn't have to come ma'rifah. So then her next question was, okay, then why did we translate it as this is the biggest building in the city? Like, why did we make akbaru bina ma'rifah when neither akbar or bina have any ma'rifah?
Kind of implies the biggest.
Exactly, but the ism al-ishara also is like you're pointing at something very specific.
But that was one of the 7 things.
What?
When we have an ism al-ishara, it makes it ma'rifah, right?
No, it was the ism al-ishara itself is a ma'rifah. It was under that category, but it was that the ism al-ishara itself is a ma'rifah. Number 8, Noor.
علم ذلك الرجل عظيم.
علم ذلك الرجل عظيم. Good. علم ذلك الرجل عظيم, which means
the knowledge of that man is great.
Good. The knowledge of that man is great. علم Rama would be the مبتدأ. ذلك obviously it's اسم الإشارة. Amira, it's the it's the مضاف إليه. Grant. الرجل is the مشار إليه, and عظيم DJ is the خبر. Good. Maryam Khidr, 9.
إنهن قادمات إلى بيتنا في الليل.
Good. إنهن قادمات إلى بيتنا في الليل, which means
They all female are coming towards our house at night.
Yeah, I would just add certainly or no doubt. They are coming, female, feminine, to our house in the night. Inna is the harf nasb. Hunna is in the place of the ism of inna. Qadimatun is what, طيب? Khabarun marfu'un. Ila baytina is a jar al-majroor, which gives us a متعلق بالخبر. and في الليل is another متعلق بالخبر. Isa, 10.
Are these two like two verbs in one sentence, like nadirun and akul, or
No, they're both asma.
okay. الولد الآكل ناظر إلى
الولد
الولد الآكل
صفة الولد الآكل
الولد الآكل ناظر إلى
إلي. This is إلي.
إلي.
إلي. If it was إلى, by the way, it wouldn't have the two dots under the alif maqsura. If it was simply just إلى, you wouldn't see two dots under the alif maqsura. But the two dots there indicate there's a ya there, so it becomes إلي. So it means الولد الآكل ناظر إلي, which means Isa.
I'm not exactly sure how to translate it.
What does آكل mean? The word آكل.
Eating.
Huh? Eating.
Like to eat or eating.
As a صفة. الولد الآكل.
The eating boy.
Yeah, the boy who's eating. The boy who is eating. ناظر إلي.
Is looking at me.
Yeah, the boy who is eating. The boy who is eating. ناظر إلي is looking at me. الولد would be the مبتدأ. الآكل would be a صفة. ناظر would be a خبر. And إلي would be a متعلق بالخبر.
Would it be, I guess, more natural to translate it as the boy who is eating or the eating boy is the
The eating boy sounds weird in English. So I would translate it as the boy who is eating. Simply because it sounds weird. The eating boy. We don't talk like that. No, like, so you have to sometimes add, improvise. 11. Bayan.
أوراق هذه الشجرة أكبر من أوراق تلك الشجرة.
You sure?
أكبر من أوراق. No, I don't. Where's the mistake?
I didn't say there was a mistake.
I'm sure.
Selma, read it.
I have the same answer as her.
Just read it back.
أوراق هذه الشجرة أكبر من أوراق تلك الشجرة.
طيب.
Sheikh, I'm doing it as we're speaking. I didn't get to it. I can give it a try though. أوراق هذه الشجرة أكبر من أوراق تلك الشجرات.
أميرة.
هذه الشجرة أكبر من أوراق تلك الشجرة.
Good. Bayan, Selma, Amira, you guys were right. You guys were right. There was nothing wrong.
Can you say it slowly?
Yeah. So أوراق هذه الشجرة أكبر من أوراق تلك الشجرة. We'll go through each word. أوراق Rama is the مبتدأ مرفوع. هذه is, yes, we know it's an اسم الإشارة في محل جر. What role is it playing, Grant? مضاف إليه. Good. عبد الرحمن الشجرة مشار إليه, and the مشار إليه has to be in the same state as the اسم الإشارة that preceded it. And we said هذه was playing the role of مضاف إليه, which is a role of jar. So الشجرة will also be مجرور, right? And then أكبر Michelle. خبر. Good. من حرف جر. أوراقي DJ. من came right after من. مجرور, right? تلك أميرة. مضاف إليه. It's an اسم الإشارة, but the role that is playing is that of a مضاف إليه. And الشجرة, Grant again. مشار إليه. مجرور, right? And then من أوراق تلك الشجرة, that entire last part is a متعلق بالخبر, right? And it translates as the leaves of this tree are bigger than the leaves of that tree. The leaves of this tree are bigger than the leaves of that tree. Was that your question?
Yes.
Okay. 12, Joseph.
Anta waliyuna.
One more time.
Anta waliyuna.
Anta waliyuna. Anta waliyuna. You are our protector. Anta is in the role of the mubtada. Wali is the khabar, and the attached pronoun is the mudafun ilayhi. Okay. I'll let y'all go, but I gotta give you guys something. 7. I'll get back to 7 next week. That is done. That is done. That is done. This is what I need you to do. What exercise did we just do? What was it? Number. Was it 13?
14. We did 14.
We did 14. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 7. 5 exercises. I'm counting, sorry. It's counting till the book finishes.
Do we celebrate?
Huh?
Do we celebrate?
Yeah. You know how we celebrate?
By taking a midterm.
You know it. I was gonna say by cake, but we can do midterm as well. I'll give Tayyib See, Amira would have said cake at this point. Hopefully. I was gonna wait till the end of the class to use that one, but alhamdulillah.
Takes the edge off.
Actually, let's quickly do this one because this one's easy. Why am I just gonna do that? Drill 17. Go down to drill 17. It says translate drill 17. When see it, translate the following ayat using the word bank provided below. Only gives you fasiqun, which is open sinner. Everything else, it's assuming that you should know. Number one. Yeah. Bayan, read number 1.
وفي السماء رزقكم.
وفي السماء رزقكم. What does it mean?
And in the sky is your sustenance.
Yeah, in the sky, in the heavens is your sustenance. In the sky, in the heavens is your sustenance.
Is that a swear? Wow? Or just
No, it's a wow. All right. Wow. So if we were to break down this sentence, the wow is harf atf. What's the fi called, Michelle? Harfu jarrin. Grant as-sama'i is the majrurun. And fi as-sama'i collectively, Abdurrahman is the? Yeah, what is it? What role is it playing in the? Can't. DJ? متعلق بالخبر مقدم أن رام رزق مبتدأ مؤخر and the كمزي مضاف إليه, right? Abnormal sentence structure, right? You don't have to structure the sentence like this. The mubtada is ma'rifah. Allah could have said وَرِزْقُكُمْ فِي السَّمَاءِ, but this adds emphasis and indicates that the only place that your sustenance comes from is the skies. Good? We've done this one before. Yes? Okay. Number 2. طيب.
فيه آيات بينات.
فيه آيات بينات means?
فيه in it آيات
are.
In it are آيات clear signs.
In it are clear signs. In it are clear signs. فيه is a jar majroor. طيب فيه gives me my?
متعلق بالخبر.
مقدم. Grant آيات مبتدأ مؤخر. مشال بينات صفة مرفوع, right? Abnormal sentence structure, but you have to structure it this way because the mubtada is nakira. Good. Number 3. Amira, اقرأي. وأكثرهم. Yeah, it should be وأكثرهم. Yeah, correct it. It says وأكثر. It should be وأكثر. with a dhamma on the ra. منهم المؤمنون وأكثرهم الفاسقون, which means, or from amongst them are. Yeah, and it's like there's like a built-in however or but, right? However, most of them are al-fasiqun, like open sinners, people that commit fisq, right? So minhum al-mu'minuna wa aktharuhum al-fasiqun. This would be an example of like minhum, right? Is a jar majroor, which is your muta'alliq bil khabar muqaddam, and al-mu'minun would be your mubtada'un mu'akhkhar. And then you could look at the second part as a second sentence. أكثرهم, أكثر would be the mubtada, hum would be the mudafun ilay, and al-fasiqun would be a khabarun. Al-fasiqun would be a khabarun. Good, and that is drill 17 for you. Okay, for homework, not really homework, but very easy. Do drill 15. It says underline the mubtada once, the khabar twice, and the muta'alliq bil khabar 3 times. Note any components that are muqaddamun or mu'akhkharun. Yeah, 15. Yeah, do 15, inshallah. Okay, see you all next week. وصلى اللهم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام.
It was a drill we did yesterday. It said,